live event.
A very solemn occasion. Under normal circumstances in this in focusing our attention on the family that we have gathered to speak to today. As much as there are many eminent people present, I apologize in advance. We will not be doing a list of name calling, though you are certainly worthy of acknowledgement. Rather, today we would like to focus our attention on Herbert's family. His parents, his sister Stella, brother Emeka, Peggy, and his children, and his sister Joyce, I beg your pardon, also his Uchi, David, his life, in your view.
Indeed, tonight we're celebrating professional excellence. On the 9th of February, Nigeria, and I dare say the continent of Africa, was hit with the tragic news of Dr. Herbert Wigwe'S passing. However, beyond being united in grief and coming together to offer comfort, we're here very importantly to celebrate a life greatly lived and a legacy never to be forgotten. Tonight, we come together here physically and also online for thousands who couldn't be here physically to celebrate a man who was an exemplary illustration of professional excellence.
If I may speak directly to his family. I know you don't know many of the people in the room. Some of them you may not be familiar with at all. But I have suffered similar loss to yours in that when my mother passed, and a service similar to this one, people gathered from all over, people I hadn't seen in years, people I barely knew, and they spoke to who she was. It was in that meeting that I discovered my friends who stayed with us over the holiday were staying with us because they had run away from home. My mother sheltered them without telling me. School fees she had paid, I heard about from those people when they gathered here. And it did something for me personally. It made me want to be stronger, better, to live better. The reason all these distinguished people have gathered is to hopefully give you a similar charge, make you want to achieve more, to do more, to be better. So our prayer is that at the end of today, after you've heard all the stories, you will know just how phenomenal a person you have lived with, how phenomenal a man your father, your brother, your uncle, your son was. We celebrate the life of Herbert Wigwe.
Indeed, before we bring up our first speaker this evening, I'd like to just remind us of the popular saying that it's not how long often we measure a man's life, but truly it is how well. And Dr. Herbert Wigwe is a man who typifies that in the complete sense of it. He lived. And we hope that as we tell the story of him from being a young visionary to being a banker, growing to become a philanthropist, and ultimately a nation builder, you'll be challenged, encouraged, and proud of the man who walked this earth and whose footprints would never be erased on the footprints of other times. So we encourage you tonight, as the gentlemen and ladies come on stage to share their experiences and remember him fondly, that you also in your private moments remember the man that lived, and very importantly, the lives he touched and the example he set for us here tonight.
With that said, we would like to start by reading his citation. And to help us with that is no meager individual. Please join us and welcome the GMD CEO of Access Bank, Mr. Roosevelt Ugbona.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have the distinguished honor of reading Herbert Wigwe'S citation. Dr. Herbert Wigwe was born at Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos, to Pastor Shingle and Pastor Mrs. Stella Wigwe on August 15, 1966. Herbert was their third child, coming after Osita and Chilo, and was followed by Emeka, Peggy, and Stella. During the Civil War, his family settled in various southeastern cities, including Calabar. It was at this time that Herbert learned the Efik language, which he spoke fluently, in addition to his native language, Ikwere. Herbert grew up in typical post-independence civil service household, imbibing traditional values of integrity, meritocracy, respect, and accountability, which typified and characterized Nigeria's public servants in the 1960s. Herbert commenced his primary education at Port Harcourt Primary School. He was admitted into Federal Government College, Sokoto in 1977, but after his first form, he transferred to Federal Government College, Warri, where he completed his secondary school education in 1982. As a young man, Herbert was mentored by his father's younger brother, Chief Henry Ikechukwu Wigwe, a successful entrepreneur. Herbert continually sought the approval of his father, a strict disciplinarian who prioritized education and ensured that his children went to the best schools an honest public servant could afford. Herbert's love for mathematics and his skill in numeracy were apparent even at an early age, prompting Emeka, his brother, to nickname him ACG, short for Accountant General. In 1983, Herbert was admitted to the University of Nigeria to study accountancy. He graduated with a second-class upper degree in 1987, maintaining his a year after. Upon his return to Nigeria in 1991, Herbert joined Guarantee Trust Bank as a deputy manager in corporate banking. His potential stood out immediately and was very quickly noticed by Fola Adiola and Taye Adunroku, his bosses at the time. And this earned him respect of both his seniors and his peers. By 1989, Herbert was appointed as one of Nigeria's youngest executive directors and became an integral part in the leadership of the team that ran Guarantee Trust Bank at the time. Whilst at GTB, he never stopped building his skills and abilities. He embarked on a journey to learn French in the belief that it would be an advantage as he pursued relationships with multinational clients. It was therefore not a surprise that as an assistant general manager, he was able to sign on the coveted Totafina Elf account. This was just one of the several corporate relationships that Herbert was able to convert at the time working in GT. He also led several loan syndication transactions that were landmark at the time. And this he did working with the likes of IFC, the FMO, and other international financial and developmental agencies. He established enduring relationships with successive leaders of multilateral institutions such as the Afrexim, the AFDB, and became their key partner for realizing their continental ambitions. His voracious appetite for learning also led him to acquire a bachelor's degree, even though at old age, in law, and a master's degree in financial economics from the University of London. Herbert's friendship with Aigboje Agimokwede commenced at Guarantee Trust. They became kindred spirits, even as their careers followed similar trajectories. They shared a deep and close friendship, built on mutual trust, which blossomed into a lifelong business partnership. In 2001, Herbert and I teamed up in an audacious move to buy their own bank, a story which has become a reference point for many young Africans across the continent. Following their successful acquisition of Access Bank, Herbert was appointed Deputy Managing Director. And over the next 11 years, the duo, as they are fondly called, worked seamlessly together transforming the nondescript 4th Division Bank into one of Nigeria's finest and the top 5 bank in that period. Upon Wigwe'S retirement in 2013, Herbert mounted the saddle as the GMD CEO of the bank. He was given a mandate at the time to deliver the vision himself and Ike shared, to transform Access Bank and our institution into the world's most respected African bank. Under Herbert's leadership, Access Bank became Nigeria's largest bank by balance sheet size and one of Africa's top 15 financial institutions. Under his leadership, Access Bank experienced tremendous geographic expansion, getting into markets like France, the United Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, China, including our most recent approval for our subsidiary in Hong Kong. This international expansion strategy was supported by a bold inorganic growth strategy to solidify the institution's Pan-African footprint. Herbert also shepherded the Access Bank's award-winning merger with Diamond Bank. Post the merger, the institution became the largest retail bank in our market. By 2023, the institution had over 60 million in customers, making it the highest bank within the continent, given the scale and size of its customer base. Herbert bestrode the banking industry like a titan. There's no denying that fact. So much so that he was named Africa Banker of the Year 2 consecutive years in 2021, 2020, and 2021. I think he deserves to be acknowledged for that. Herbert's concern for the industry was not just limited to Access Bank. As the chairman body of bank CEOs, he was responsible for coordinating the industry's response to several national challenges. And believe me, in this period, there were several challenges that the sector faced. In 2022, Herbert was appointed the pioneer CEO of Access Holdings Company, which commenced with an initial focus on the pension sector. Within just 2 years, Access Pension has now become the second largest pension company in our country. Herbert was a true philanthropist. He maintains the bank's corporate citizenship status with a focus on the health, healthcare, and education, with a passion and commitment that made a national impact through programs and interventions that include the Lagos Access Bank City Marathon, ArtX Lagos, and the UNICEF Access Bank partnership that was targeted at improving the quality of education to thousands of poor and vulnerable children across Nigeria, as well as South Africa, if I might add. He also co-led the Coalition Against COVID, a private sector task force in partnership with the federal government, NCDC, and WHO, with the sole aim of combating the very feared COVID pandemic crisis that Nigeria had at the time. In 2016, in furtherance of his commitment to philanthropic pursuits, he set up his personal foundation, the How Foundation, with a focus on education, health, and youth empowerment. The foundation has adopted 23 primary health centers in each local government of Rivers State. In partnership with the Private Sector Health Alliance, thank you. In partnership with the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria, Herbert has prepared himself for the life beyond profits. Licensed in 2023 by the Nigerian University Commission, Herbert's dream of establishing the Wigwe'S University was born. The university was set up with an aim to building a fearless generation of world-class university graduates who would excel as entrepreneurs, leaders, and innovators. His vision was that there's no reason why the continent should be left behind because we just had a poor educational system. He was willing to put his money where his mouth is. Herbert got married to his heartthrob, Chizoba Dorin Wigwe, in Lagos in November 1995. He used to refer to her as the most beautiful. And so she certainly is, and I believe was. They were blessed with wonderful children. The first child, Cheesy, a spitting image of Herbert, while Tochi, his second child, is Chizoba's carbon copy. A graduate of Georgetown University, Cheesy was, and he followed his father's footsteps with a career in finance as an employee of AFC. Tochi, with degrees from NYU and Imperial College London, has also commenced a career in banking. However, Herbert and Chizoba, for their love of kids, were not done yet with child rearing. After a 10-year break, they added David, Anna, and their last child, Okachi, to the Wigwe clan. Herbert demonstrated extraordinary dedication to family, never failing to prioritize their needs and desires. From the earlier stages of each child's life, he was there to witness every milestone, offering guidance, support, and encouragement along the way. Despite the demands of his ever-expanding commitments, he never hesitated to set out precious time for his wife, children, and his larger family. His commitment to young people extended well beyond his nuclear family. Herbert had a vision to adopt 1 million children. I think at the last count, he started with 30,000. And he always teased me to say, someday, we'll have a nation where everybody is a Wigwe. Herbert was widely recognized and celebrated for his service to banking and the humanity. In 2023, President Mohamed Buhari honored him with the National Award of Commander of the Federal Republic, an award he truly deserved. The same year, the Rivers State government also honored him with Rivers Gold Star Service Award. It's an honor reserved It's an honor reserved for an indigene of the state who has excelled in his or her field of endeavor. And Herbert was a true shining star and a great representation of not only the Wigwe family, the Isiokpo committee, the Kwere local government, Rivers State, Nigeria, and of the black race, if I must add. In 2018, Herbert was also awarded with the Honorary Doctor of Business Administration by his alma mater, the University of Nigeria, for his outstanding contribution to Nigeria. Herbert was also bestowed with the fellowship from the Chartered Institute of Bankers, as well as the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and also it was chartered with a fellow of the Institute of Credit Administration. Sadly, in the morning of Saturday, February 9, 2024, Herbert, along his wife, Chizoba, his first son, Cheesy, and 3 others were involved in a helicopter accident in California, USA. Herbert and his wife have survived. Herbert and his wife are survived by 4 children, Tochi, David, Anna, Okachi, in addition to his 8 parents and siblings. Thank you very much.
I imagine that this evening is going to be challenging for a few of our speakers. We encourage everyone to encourage them as they come up here to speak. It is quite a loss to our nation. You see, Herbert Wigwe wasn't just a man. He was more than just the jobs he worked and the things that he did. Herbert Wigwe was the embodiment of values and ideas that as a nation, though we face challenges, though things come against us, though we don't come from the backgrounds that we want, we may not live in the neighborhoods that we aspire to, as a nation, we can remain unbowed, unbent, unbroken. We don't have to stop because we were told to. We can still achieve the things that we aspire to. And so today we're going to take our time to celebrate his life, not just at the tail end of it with all the great achievements, but we want to go right from the beginning, from his early days as a young man, and just contextualize the stages of his life till we come to the point that we sent him on. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what tonight is about, celebrating the life of Herbert Wigwe.
Now, as Roosevelt read his citation, one couldn't but wonder and imagine what a man, what an extraordinary man. I'm sure that the brief, if I dare so, citation he read out hasn't captured fully the essence and achievements of Herbert Wigwe. But how can you capture the life of such a man? However, there's something that he used to say when he was here with us. He would say, excellence or nothing. And so tonight, we are determined to celebrate him excellently or nothing. And so join us as we go through his different parts and chapters of this great man. The first chapter is young Herbert. It's almost difficult to imagine him as a young man because it seems like he was born with great dreams, conquering and just excelling. However, let's take a look at his life as a young man. And to do this for us, we'll have from his alma mater, his secondary school, Federal Government College, Warri, a representative in the person of Henrietta Ugbo. A round of applause, please, as she comes forward.
Good evening, everyone. I beg to stand on existing protocol. My name is Henrietta Ugbo, and I'm standing here as the chairperson of Federal Government College Warri Old Students Association class set of 82. Herbert was our classmate. I still can't believe that I'm standing here to give a tribute to Herbert. He's our late brother, a friend. I'm still so shaken, but I guess it is what it is. You know, I woke up thinking that this is not real, that it's a bad dream and I'm going to wake up. But alas, it is true. Herbert exemplified many things, and he was different things to different people. He had many constituencies. He had his family, he had his colleagues, he had his schoolmates, he had church, he had different parts, and he juggled his constituencies so well. So I have known Herbert for 46 years. He joined us in 1978 in our Form 2. His father moved him from Federal Government College, Sokoto, and he came to Federal Government College, Warri. And when he joined us, he displayed certain character traits which distinguished him and set him on the path of greatness from an early stage. So I stand here before you to celebrate Herbert. It's not about how long he lived, but how well he lived. Herbert lived a great life. Number one, vision. Herbert always knew what he wanted to become and was prepared to follow that path. I remember in our Form 3 when we had to choose our subjects. A lot of my classmates went the path of engineering and architecture. So they chose their subjects: physics, chemistry, biology, technical drawing. But Herbert was the only one who kept saying, let's study economics so that we can run this nation together. At that age, think about it, all right? And indeed, he studied what he wanted to study, and he came out and he ran a bank, and Access Bank is one of the banks that is systemically important in our country, Nigeria. So Herbert was visionary. Intellect. Herbert was an exceptionally intelligent person, and he knew it. He was very conscious of the fact that he carried a gift, and he did not want his gift to go to waste. For this reason, no matter how much Herbert played, he would always make sure that his grades brought him within the top 3 in the class. That was always the minimum standard he would permit himself. From time, Herbert was obsessive about knowledge. He was a true scientist, an intellectual. I will never give up until he got the answers to the many questions brimming in his young mind. In fact, Herbert went into legend in FGC Warri because he refused to give up on a mathematical equation which had defied everyone. He refused to rest until he solved the equation. And when he finally presented the correct answer, and we asked him, "Oh boy, how did you do it?" And he replied, "It was only logical." But beyond academic intelligence, Herbert was also gifted with an acute social and emotional intelligence. He knew how to connect to people. He made them feel at ease in his presence. He will place a demand on you to bring out the gifts he saw hidden in you. He will always find time to reach out and make you feel as though you were siblings, even if not from the same parents. He will rejoice with you, he will cry with you, and he was always there. Number 3, passion. Herbert was very passionate. Beneath his ready smile, his infectious humor was a will as strong as steel. His genius was only given expression because he had the drive to work extra hard, to burn the midnight oil, and to fearlessly go where no one had gone before. Herbert will always avoid confrontation, choosing rather to negotiate and apply wisdom in problem solving. However, when all else fails, he will stand his ground, and he was fearless. I'll tell you a story. Herbert was in schoolhouse when we were in the boarding school. And you know, at that time, in the 70s, we had some few bullies in school. So there was a bully in Herbert's house, in his room, who was always terrorizing the young ones. So one day he had the misfortune of meeting Herbert. He slapped Herbert and then told him to kneel down. You know what Herbert did? Herbert charged at this gentleman, this bully. You know, he flung himself on the man with his hands and his legs. It's like an octopus embracing something. Now, this bully was trying to maneuver to punch Herbert, but there was no room. Herbert just held him, and we called it the Great Choke. Until the seniors started begging, and then his classmates, these other seniors, had to literally yank Herbert out of the guy. So Herbert released him and told him, "Don't try me again." And indeed, that senior never tried Herbert again. So when we asked Herbert, "Where did you learn how to wrestle like this?" He said that they lived in Port Harcourt as children, and his father took him most weekends to Isiokpo to take part in the traditional Ikwere wrestling competitions. Herbert was like Isiburu, Ekperi the crab, in that book written by Elechi Amadi titled Isiburu. He was self-disciplined, he was determined, he was loyal. In fact, if Herbert is in your corner, you can go to sleep. Consistent, dependable. When we were in class 3, we lost a classmate. And back then, back in the day, there was really no counseling for young people when there's bereavement of that kind. And this guy was Herbert's best friend. There were 3 of them, Herbert and these 2 gentlemen. Samuel died, and we never had closure. You won't believe that over 40 years later, Herbert being a CEO of one of the largest banks in Nigeria, Herbert and the second friend contacted his late friend's sisters and wanted to know where the grave of their friend was, because they wanted to go and pay their respects that they could not pay when we were young and in school. It's amazing. In 2018, our class members association was formed, and we reached out to every member who passed through that school. When Herbert heard, because we're kind of giving him a bit of space at that time because we knew he was busy, but as soon as he heard that we had that group, you know, he said to some of my classmates, "Who is the head?" And they told him. And he called me up, "Henrietta, this is my right. I want to be in that group." And he became part of that group. And I tell you, he wasn't contributing by posting on that group, but Herbert read everything we wrote on that WhatsApp group. Because occasionally he will call me, "Henrietta, what was that thing they were talking about? You know, how do we help this person?" He was close to our group. As a group, we set up a trust fund to support our classmates. I mean, we know that everyone can be equal, and the objective was to support our mates who had financial or any kind of difficulty. And we had that trust fund. Herbert contributed to that trust fund. And not just that, when we're having our reunions, he also was involved in that. And when he's with us, he became that vulnerable teenager. His nickname was Wigwe'S. And when we called him Wigwe'S, he will call you back your own nickname, you know. If it was Gabriel Edgar, he goes Gabi Mentos. He was really a great guy. He always left his CEO and business tycoon toga behind when he was with us. He was a different person. The last time we saw Herbert, everyone ran towards Herbert, and we were all so joyful to see him. Unfortunately, that was the last we saw Herbert. But I spoke to him January 2024, where he was talking about his project of the Wigwe'S University. He was purposeful, he was determined, ready to conquer the world. He was smart, he was tough, he was funny, he was hardworking, he was humble. He was a great father, a great husband, a great partner. And I pray that the Lord Almighty will rest his soul. I pray that his soul and that of his wife, his son, will rest in perfect peace. And I pray that his family left behind, that the Lord Almighty will comfort you. Amen. And I pray that my classmates, that the Lord will comfort all of us. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much. Class rep, class of 82, Federal Government College, Warri, Henrietta Ubo, just taking us down memory lane and just sharing with us some moments from his life as a schoolboy and also a teenager. But a number of adjectives and descriptions there, and the important thing is that they still ring true to the man that Herbert grew to become. Loyal, dependent, fearless, consistent, a brilliant mind with big dreams, and he wasn't afraid to dare anything that dared him. Don't try me was Herbert's way of letting anyone know that he couldn't be afraid of anything or anyone. He was truly fearless, and he also raised fearless men and women across the African continent.
Tonight is going to be tasking for our speakers, especially those of you who knew him well, to come up and speak in an abridged manner about such a phenomenal life that has been lived. But we're going to ask that you please do all that you can within your power to keep your speeches within 2 minutes. Reason being is we have quite a number of speakers that we would like to get to. We would like the family to benefit from the varied and multiple ways in which he expressed himself in the corporate world. And the more people we can have to speak to that, the better for us and for them. So please do. I know many of you have written speeches. You would probably need to look through the headlines of those speeches and keep to probably bullet points. We appreciate you as you do this. Our next speaker, we're glad to welcome someone who has known Herbert well and went to school with him, not secondary school, but this time Coopers and Librand. Please put your hands together as you make welcome His Excellency Ibrahim Hassan Dankwambo.
Excellencies, my dear brothers and sisters, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. From him we come, to him we shall return. I met Herbert sometimes in 1988 when Herbert reported for duty in Coopers and Librand. Then I also newly qualified then as a chartered accountant. And Herbert was brought to Coopers by his father, Pastor Shingle Wigwe. It was a faithful Friday, and I was going to the mosque. So I was wearing the traditional Hausa dress. So when they saw me on the ground floor, they asked me, where is Chief Oke's office? Then Oke was our partner. I said, it's on the 5th floor. And I was already on the ground floor. They said, can you show us? I said, it's on the 5th floor. The father said we should go to the 5th floor. So I had to walk again to the 5th floor and pass by. Then Auntie Mo's office was somewhere as you climb onto the 5th floor. And I showed them the office. So they entered the office, and I went to the mosque and came back. So when I came back, I was sitting in the waiting room. And they finished. Even then, Herbert came with 2 books. I saw him holding 2 books. One was GMAT, and one was question and answers in financial accounting. So I said, what are you doing with this kind of books? Herbert said he thought he's coming for a written exam. That means Herbert must have prepared and was still holding those books for revision. When they finished and they were going, Pastor Shingle now called me and said, this guy is your brother, hold him. So he gave me Herbert as my brother, as a friend. And since then, till that faithful day that Herbert died, we have been together. So from that day, Herbert, I knew him as a very, very hardworking guy. He said he wants to qualify within this first year. I said, but you are doing just your NYSC now. He said, no, he wants to attend the exam. Herbert was enrolled, and first sitting, Herbert passed ICANN exam. After qualifying, we were thinking of what to do next. I said I was tired of practice. He said he was also thinking of making some good money somewhere. I said, how? They are recruiting in CBN. We should go to CBN. He said, no. I go to CBN. You know, he is going to GT Bank. I said, how are you going to GT Bank? He said he has already written the exam somewhere, but I should not tell anybody. So things go on and on and on, and I was in CBN. Again, one day, in CBN, I was then assistant manager licensing. Herbert made me. He said they want to acquire Access Bank. I said, how? He said it's already in advanced stage. I said, how do you do it? He said I should just cooperate and... So things go on and on and on. And one thing I can say is Herbert is a risk taker. Herbert can take any kind of risk. Herbert can approach any kind of problem and solve that problem, even when you are running away from that problem. Herbert and I acquired this bank, took it from nothing to where this bank is today. After making it one of the biggest banks in Nigeria, expanded the bank and make it a very dependable bank, not only in Nigeria or around Africa, but all over the world. May his gentle soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much. We thank you, Senator, His Excellency Senator Ibrahim Hassan Dankwambo. Please put your hands together for him one more time.
Now, many people who knew Herbert and loved him know that he had a love for classical music. And so next, we're going to have a classical piece performed by Shalom, Jerusalem, the Holy City.
Last night I lay sleeping, there came a dream so fair. I stood in the old Jerusalem, beside the temple there. I heard the children singing, and ever as they sang, I thought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. I thought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Changed, the streets no longer rang. Hushed with the glad hosannas, the little children sang. The morn grew dark with mystery, the morn was cold and chill, as the shadow of a cross arose upon a lonely hill. As the shadow of a cross arose upon a lonely hill. once again the scene was changed. New earth there seemed to be. I saw the holy city beside the tideless sea. The light of God was on the streets. The gates were open wide, and all who would might enter, and no one was denied. No need of moon or stars by night, nor sun to shine by day. It was the new Jerusalem that would not pass away. It was the new Jerusalem that would not pass away. Sing for the night is Hosanna forever.
I think they did a fantastic job. I think we could appreciate Shalom one more time for that beautiful rendition of Jerusalem, the holy city. There still talks about I would say fact, but I stand to be corrected, that it takes the higher and finer amongst us to appreciate classical music, and Herbert was definitely someone who appreciated classical music.
Earlier on, we opened the chapter, Herbert, the young Herbert. It's time to open the chapter of Herbert the banker. We have heard the stories of how he's etched his name on the histories of time when it comes to banking in Nigeria and on the African continent. We heard the story earlier on of how he, alongside his close friend and now brother Ike, took the audacious step to acquire Access Bank in 2001, at the time a 4th division bank, and growing it to be top 5 in terms of the best bank in Nigeria and top 15 on the African continent. Over the years, he has made his mark in the banking industry in Nigeria, and tonight we want to take time out to celebrate Herbert the banker.
And as we do that, although many people around the country know him for his work with Access, the truth is many banking stories and the stories of many banks could not be written today without mentioning the name Herbert Wigwe. And to help us bring that more to light, we'd like to welcome someone whose path crossed with his, somewhere in the midst of her 24 illustrious years of work with GT Bank. Please put your hands together as you make welcome Kathy Echeozo.
Kindly remind our speakers that we have 2 minutes each for each person who comes here, as we have quite a number of people to get through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, friends and family of the Wigwe'S. I've known Herbert since the early 1990s. We are part of that initial squad that resumed at Guarantee Trust Bank in the early 90s. We called him Herbie D. We pondered the streets, searching for business, and spent long days and nights learning, strategizing, and driving the business. In those days, one needed to have intellect, energy, and integrity to survive more than a few weeks at Guarantee Trust. If any one of the three was missing, almost certainly it will indeed be a very brief stay at the Plaza head office. Herbie D spent over 10 years and had a brilliant career at Guarantee Trust, rising to the unique and top level of the first directors selected by the founders of the bank, Fola and Tayo, to take the institution to the next level. Herbie D earned his spot because he was a bold and hardworking achiever in the bank. I recall some memorable moves. One Monday, when we resumed work after a long weekend, Herbie D casually announced on the Plaza shop floor that he had spent the break in India. He got information and pursued a defaulting borrower of his all the way to India, tracking him through some narrow alleyways in the town where the customer was until he found him. Don't hold your breath for scene 2 of the drama. It suffices to state that Herbie D was confident and bold. Herbie D was never invited to face Uncle T at the dreaded CAC meetings where delinquent loans were discussed, all because he was diligent in lending and self-driven to collect whatever he loaned. One significant contribution of Herbert to the success of GT Bank were his customer sign-ons. The first sign-on of a major oil and gas multinational in the bank was by Herbert. In the 1990s, GT Bank was a modest new generation bank. To attempt to onboard a multinational oil-producing company was audacious. Herbie D got to work. He closely marked the local treasury team of the corporation, made great friends with them, often using his personal resources to bond over Friday night drinks. He reached the head office team where the approval would come from. He tenuously presented the services and products I had for them and arranged management meetings until they completed and sent in those account opening forms. Herbert was an AGM at the time and got the trophy for making it happen from his sheer tenacity and boldness. The competitive banking environment sometimes led to tension between marketing officers in their quest to onboard accounts. When Herbert and I worked together in the corporate bank business of the bank, there were 3 corporate bank groups, each facing a different market segment. Herbert always stayed in his lane and ran fast and boldly to onboard the businesses in his segment. He played fair. Not once did he squabble with other relationship managers over who should market a customer. Smartly, he used his energy to drive his business, not to play games or internal politics. He would sometimes stop by my office to discuss MPR, especially when the numbers were not looking good for the month. He would say, the cards, meaning me, and when he never complete, so when the bank's MD and DMD merged all 3 corporate bank groups into one, it wasn't a surprise that Herbert was appointed head of the corporate bank group, a critical group in the bank. In line with audacious personality, in 2002, he moved on at the peak of his promising career at GT Bank to become a co-founder at Access Bank. Beyond working closely together at GT Bank, continued to collaborate in the industry. Most recently, with both Access and GT becoming holding companies. Last year, I reached Herbert to discuss developing issues in the non-banking financial sector. I needed urgent, high-level intervention. It's incomprehensible that I can no longer call him or text him. Totally surreal. I'm personally so proud of the world-class university Herbert is developing in Isiokpo, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. I expressed my pride about the project in a conversation with a good friend of mine just this past January. I said it was his legacy, just as many renowned institutions are the legacy of founders like Stanford, Harvard, Carnegie Mellon, and so on. I wish that we would all establish our own legacies according to our capacities and God-given talents. Dear friends and family of Herbert Wigwe'S and everybody, let us not try to understand this catastrophe. We can't. Let us deepen our prayer lives. Let us pray for their souls. Let us pray for the two mummies and daddy they left behind, their children, their siblings, and other family and friends. Let us mourn. Let us pray for all who mourn. Let us pray for ourselves. Let us pray for our various communities and our country. This will give us relief, strength, and a better tomorrow. May God have mercy, as indeed He's a God of mercy. Thank you.
We appreciate Kathy Achazo for that moving speech. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Cassie. Herbert, having returned from his Chevening Scholarship in the UK, came back to be Deputy Manager, Corporate Banking Division at GT Bank. And so you would understand just the deep memories and times shared with him at his time at the bank. The next person we're inviting on stage is a man who shares some similarities with Herbert. One is that they both worked at GT Bank. The other is that individually they rose to become CEO of their banks, GT Bank and Access Bank respectively. In addition to that, they also rose to becoming the CEO of the holding company when the banks became holdcos. And so at this point, I'd like to invite on stage to speak a few words about his memories and his time with Herbert is Segun Agbaje, Group Chief Executive Officer, GT Holdings.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a very difficult day. Herbert was my colleague, friend, competitor, and brother. Only Herbert could have been all those things to a human being. That was the breath the gentleman had. We started as colleagues. I met Herbert November 1991. We were both in the corporate bank. This gentleman walked in, didn't take off his jacket because we all had our jackets on, but that was Herbert. He was going to do it his own way. He drove a red Golf. Who drives a red Golf? Only a man who's that brazen drives around in a red Golf. Very quickly, Herbert earned our respect. Herbert was one of the cleverest people in Guarantee Trust Bank. He was a credit analyst. But that's not what got him his respect, because we were all good analysts. But Herbert had what we all didn't have. He had the power to chase accounts, network, and deliver things that we all couldn't. We had another brother who was the treasurer of the bank, Igi Mokwede, who basically, if you know banking, the treasurer owns the bank. And we would have regular fights, but Herbert would never join us. He had no interest in treasury, and all he cared about, as Kathy said, was his own corporate bank and his income. Having earned our respect, Herbert then became my friend, a real friend. We went in and out of each other's houses. I go on Festival Road. Again, when people talk about the courage of Herbert, Herbert's first flat was in Victoria Island. Most of us, we couldn't even move out of home. And so when we got there again, he had done something none of us could do. Maybe it was coincidence, but most people might not know. Herbert's first flat was next door to the old Access Bank head office next to Intercontinental. Maybe it was Providence, and he knew he would one day buy that bank. So we were friends. We all got married in the bank, had our children in the bank. Herbert was always there for you as a friend, always had a listening ear. And so he became my friend, and we rose. Myself, him, and I became executive directors on the same day. The thing about that position is you were then sent to Harvard for 3 months. Mistake. You never came back from that course the same person. Ike and Herbert came back and they had bigger dreams than the bank. And so they bought their own bank. Thankfully, one of us stayed, maybe the cowardly one. And so I stayed behind. And in the years when they built Access Bank, if you know us well, we compete. And so we became very fierce competitors. They decided they were going to build the best bank, and I decided that we're not going to build a better bank than I ran. And so we fought furiously, but never poorly or never badly. And then as we all matured, Herbert became my brother, a real brother. Herbert always had time. He would always make the phone call you needed to get you out of sports and bother. It's weird. My last conversation with him was 2 weeks before he died. He came to my house like he sometimes pops by. He talked about nothing but this university. This was his obsession. And the only thing he asked me was would I sponsor some ignorant students? And I made him that promise that I would. I have but one little comfort, by the way, when I think of Herbert, is that Herbert packed into 57 years what most exceptional people will never pack into 2 lifetimes. Rest in peace, my friend, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Segun Agbaje. We hear that Herbert and Segun had nicknames for each other. They both called each other Koshebinu, and loosely translating to doesn't get offended or doesn't get angry. So they shared quite a deep relationship. So thank you for paying tribute to your colleague and also friend.
You could hear the admiration that he had for Herbert, and it was a mutual admiration that Herbert had for him. Both of them have done phenomenal things in the banking sector, and it was a peer type of relationship. The next gentleman I'm going to introduce experienced Herbert not just in that regard, but also when you work with someone very closely and they have visions and they refer to you as a warrior and they expect you to behave as a warrior, you also get warrior treatment. So he will tell us his own experience of Herbert as he was representing the bank as MD in Ghana to Access Bank. Please put your hands together for Dolapo Ogundimu.
Again, a gentle reminder for all our speakers to kindly keep to the 2-minute allocated time so that we're able to hear from as many people as possible. Thank you very much.
I never thought I would stand on this podium to talk about Herbert this way, but it is what it is. I met Herbert, I think in 1989. We were both young account officers in Capital Merchant Bank. There were 4 of us, myself, Herbert Wigwe'S, Oke, Okuzu, and one gentleman called PC Wakwo. When Herbert talks, he always says one of the things he learned during those days of tutelage was that he learned how not to run a failed bank, because we saw a lot of things while we were there. So one summer's day, the chairman calls us into his office and told us that this gentleman sitting in the chair in front of him was a chief in his village and we should give him a facility. Okay? So we went back downstairs and wondering how we were going to go about this. And the gentleman came to our office. And we gave him a list of the things he needed to bring: his profile, his MEWAT, his accounts, a long list. And the man went back to the chairman, executive chairman, and told him that he doesn't understand what his boys are talking about. And the chairman called us to his office, that we've embarrassed him. And he said something that stood with Herbert and myself for a very long time, that never in our lives should we ever, he repeated it, never in our lives should we ever counter any instruction he gives us. That day, we went back to the office and Herbert said he had seen a lot of things in his life. He received a lot of threats. Nobody had ever threatened his life on this job. In fact, I'm not doing it again. So we had a boss called Tutu Shule then. We went up to see her and told her what the chairman said. And Herbert said he's not doing it again. If this is the kind of banking that this man wants to do, he wants to kill his bank, he's not part of it. He's not doing it again. That's how Herbert left Capital. I left the following day. So as God will have it, in those days that we market, we had a boss called Tayo Adiriyokun. That time, he used to run a shop called First Marina. So during our lunch time, we normally stop by his office just to talk about banking, about life, and generally. So he got to know Herbert because Tayo was my boss when I was in Continental. So just about the time we left Capital Merchant Bank was when GT Bank started. And naturally, I started in GT Bank and Herbert went to Wales to do his master's. I think he came back about 18 months later. When he came back, he came in his red Golf, the same Golf, and said, so what's up? I said, okay, so we are here, GT Bank has just started, what's he going to do? He said he wants to work now. So we went up to Uncle T. Uncle T, you remember Herbert? He said, yes, he remembers Herbert. At that time, we used to be a three-man team. One of our colleagues, Kule Fashiro, dropped, he finished his national service, so we became 2. Antimo was our group head, was our unit head at that time. So we were looking for a 3rd person to join the team. So Tayo said, but you guys need somebody. So if Herbert is available, why doesn't he join you? And that's how Herbert came to Aseba without any interview and anything. We had a lot of beautiful moments. Herbert worked hard. And there was a fun part to Herbert that could be very, very funny. I remember those days, our managing directors were using Honda Accords, both the managing director and the deputy managing director. Then Ike bought this black Honda. And when I meet manager, naturally, I'd love to buy a Honda just like Ike. Herbert was a deputy manager then. Before you knew it, Herbert also bought a blue Honda. So the five of us will park in the car park with our Hondas. The MD, deputy managing director, Ike, myself, and Herbert. And that's how Ty and Fola moved up to different cars, and we never caught up with them. One of the fond memories I have about Herbert was that when he got the Honda, he said, let's take a drive to Port Harcourt, let's test the car, just like he tests his golf. Let's test the car. So he took our first drive to Port Harcourt. It was my first time of being to Port Harcourt. I never knew I was going to work in Port Harcourt at that time. So we drove from Lagos to Port Harcourt. On the way we stopped in Onitsha and different places. It was my first time in the East, thanks to Herbert. When we got to Port Harcourt, we drove around. We went to the old Port Harcourt town, we went to the waterside. We even took a boat and went to the various villages. And when we came back, his uncle asked us how he spent the day. We went to the villages. He asked us whether we were mad. Then the following week, it was my turn to take my own Honda. I said, we're going to go to Ijebu Ode. And my wife said she was going to follow us that day. So when we got to the toll gate, we saw this Mercedes-Benz that was bashed. And we were arguing along the way that nobody in a serious mind drives the Mercedes-Benz that is bashed around. But somewhere along the line, on the Sagamu Expressway, apparently they were armed robbers and they were trying to stop us. So Herbert was in front, my wife was at the back. While I was busy concentrating on how to escape, my wife noticed Herbert bending down in the car, struggling, and she asked Herbert, Herbert, what's going on? Herbert said he's transferring his money into his socks. So that when, in the case they take the car, at least we'll have money to find our way back to Lagos. So luckily they didn't take the car and we laughed it off. But that was Herbert for you. Herbert was always thinking ahead. Always thinking ahead. Just like Kathy said, the day he came into the office and said he went to India to pursue the customer, I was stunned. Herbert went with his own resources to pursue this guy, because we all knew the guy at that time. And I handed over that desk to him and I warned him about that guy. And because I warned him, he knew the consequences if he goes to the Critical Asset Committee to go and defend why that credit went bad. Herbert on his own, with his own resources, went to India to go and pursue this guy. I can't believe it. I'm not sure I could have done it. I'm not sure I've met somebody who could have done that kind of thing. So when I started working in Access Bank, I tell my colleagues and those that work with me that, please, if you want to go and have a presentation and you want to stand in front of Herbert, please, this is the type of person Herbert is. Do not tell him it's not possible. Please, do not take no for an answer. You must go the extra mile to make sure you deliver. That's what Herbert demanded of all of us. Please, honestly, I can go on. I can go on forever. All I know is that his memory will be a blessing to all of us. He's a great guy, we're going to miss him. But the commitment I'm making here is that the good work he started, which he didn't finish, we will make sure in our lifetime we'll continue and try to finish as much of it. God help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolapo Ogudimo, for for sharing your moments with Herbert. And just to mention that Mr. Ogundimo is MD of Access Bank in Ghana. And Herbert, whilst with us, led number of human beings, thousands across the African continent, 28,000. Now, he wasn't just a leader or just an employer. He was a leader in the true sense of the word, because he raised other leaders like himself. He was passionate about building people, and he enjoyed a great relationship with members of his team at different levels in the banking system and also in the holdco. So we celebrate that, we honor his leadership traits, and we thank him very much for being an exemplary leader.
It's all right to celebrate him. You know, having risen to the heights that he has, you see different traits that have helped along his journey of success. And one of the things that you see very quickly about Herbert and Igboje is their ability to relate with just about anybody, their ability to connect with people, and they've taken that gift, that skill of being people's people, you know, the people that know everybody, that can connect everybody, into business. And now they've managed their customers in a way that that is just admirable. And to speak about that customer relationship, we'd like to invite the CEO of MTN Nigeria, Mr. Carl Toriola, to come say a few words about the relationship he had with Herbert and with Access. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we wish we would be gathering in better circumstances. Herbert and I intersected in our lives on 2 occasions. Somewhere around 93, 94, I was a young one, doing my NYC in Port Harcourt. He was a bit older than me. Uche, Wigwe, was a bit younger than me, and we had a crew of friends, Adoke, Bodiayo. So I met him very lightly then, in a social manner. Our future meetings was in somewhat more tense circumstances, in a bit of a butting of heads between the banking industry and the telecoms industry. And Herbert and I tested ourselves, and we had a bit of a battle. But he was always professional and he was always polite. And after the battle was over, he invited Roosevelt and myself to Capital Club to make peace. And that was the beginning of a friendship that blossomed in so many ways. He visited my home several times, met my daughter Damilola and my wife Ronke. And as I got to know him better and better, I said one thing. I said, you see those Access boys, they're going places. They were already well established, but the intensity and ferocity in which that organization was run by all of the people that built it was incredible. Eventually, everybody in my house was using Access Bank as their bank accounts, and I was advocating for all the staff of MTN to open Access Bank accounts. That tells you the kind of relationships that he built. It was a deep personal relationship that grew over time. On the 16th of August 2023, my wife lost her brother to cancer, and Herbert was chasing some transaction, I think in South Africa. He had to see the Central Bank Governor, and he called and he said, I can't be there, but you will see us. And as we walked into the church for the beginning of the service, Roosevelt was right at the front, which meant he had got there well ahead of the time and was with us until the end of the proceedings. And Herbert was calling, expressing his sympathies. One thing that touched me about Herbert was his generosity to people, the larger society, his children, everyone that he met. We became good friends. Every time he came to my house, he drank my most expensive cognac, which I'd been saving for about 5 years, and promised me that I would drink the same with Atedo Peterside, and it would be even more expensive, but unfortunately that opportunity never came. The story about the customer in India is urban legend. I've heard it was in Singapore, on the nightclub, on the top floor of a nightclub. I've heard it was in Lebanon. It seems the real version is it's in there, but it is urban legend in the banking circles. Herbert became such a friend that we attended so many functions together. I remember about 2 years ago, he said, I must, together with Ralph Mopita, my group CEO, who's sitting here and flew specifically for this event, we must attend the polo. And I still have this picture of myself, Ralph, Herbert, of course, right at the middle, Ike, Igus, and Roosevelt. And it just breaks my heart when I see this. To Herbert's daughter, Tochi, to David, to Hannah, to Okachi, he adored you. And I think above everything else, he wants you to be happy. I will close my very small tribute, and I try to save a bit of time, in saying one thing to all of us here. You die twice. Once when you lose your body, the second when people stop speaking your name. Let us speak Herbert's name every day. Remember him every day until the day we leave this earth. Farewell, my good friend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl Toriola. Moving on, would like to invite on stage, still on Herbert the banker. A number of people have spoken about him in the workplace. However, it would be great to hear the kind of boss, I would use the word unique boss, that Herbert was. And so to share with us his time working with Herbert, he's now MD and head of West Africa for JP Morgan Chase. But prior to this, he worked as general manager at Access Bank. And to share with us his own experience of having the phenomenal Herbert Wigwe as a boss, we have Dakbo Olagunju.
If Dakbo Olagunju is not ready, I will move on to our very next speaker. I'd like to welcome from Access Bank UK, Mr. Jamie Simmons.
Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, but above all, Herbert's family. And I hope that they take away from this evening just a glance and a feeling for the man that Herbert was, is, and still will live with all of us. I had the privilege of first meeting Herbert in September 2001 at Harvard on the PMD program that's been referred to. That was a unique experience, I have to say. I'd not come across someone that exuded such confidence, backed up by intellect and emotional connections that are hard to properly put words to. But alongside that, he had a hugely mischievous nature. He had a laugh that would light the room up. And I guess the best example I can come up with, we had a Roman toga party. So we were dressed in sheets, sat next to each other, with music going on in the background, while we were having quite an intensive conversation around Nigerian politics and the way that things needed to change. And I found the experience quite surreal, not least that it went on for a long time, until Herbert had convinced me that he was absolutely right in every respect, which in fairness he was at the end of the conversation. What I didn't realize then, that Herbert had specifically gone to Harvard to be ready with Ike to buy into what was then a very small Nigerian bank, which was the foundation for the access we currently know, with more to come. 6 years later, I came across Herbert again. I was approached by a third party mentioning Access Bank. I didn't realize at the time that Herbert was involved, and I hadn't been to Nigeria before, and it piqued my curiosity. I should have known better than to jump on a plane with an open mind and then meet Herbert in persuasive mode, I think it would be fair to say. And one of the best decisions I ever made, to have the pleasure in a very small way to be part of the Access family. Herbert and I were committed to making sure that we blazed a trail when it came to the UK. We still hold the record of being the quickest authorised bank that has ever happened in the UK, and that was down to Herbert's leadership. As we stand here now, we have grieving families within Access in the UK, in Dubai, in Hong Kong, in France, and in Malta. And it speaks to the man that Herbert is, that everybody feels his loss deeply, acutely, and it will never fully leave us. It's the impact that Herbert had on all of us in different ways. Dolapo mentioned the role that we have as Access warriors. And it's important that when we talk about legacy, we honour what's been achieved so far, but be under no doubt that that is not the end of the journey. We were fortunate to have Herbert amongst us professionally. We will never have the attributes that he has, but we have the benefit of working alongside him for a prolonged period of time. We have the benefit of knowing the vision that he had for Access. Access will continue to grow, his legacy will continue to grow, and we will make him proud. Amen to Herbert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamie Simmons. The beauty of having someone like Herbert at the helm of affairs in any establishment is that he was, as much as he was a gentleman, he was ferocious about enforcing values. So whether it's Ghana, whether it's the UK, whether it's Nigeria, all Access is full of warriors who make things happen and have achieved many, many, many firsts. So we appreciate once more, Mr. Jamie Simmons. Thank you so much for bringing us up to speed with all the great achievements that have happened in Access Bank UK.
Truly, Ike, Access Nation is trans-border. No borders as we extend beyond just Nigeria and the African continent, but as we've heard, to the Asian market and also the European market and beyond. Next, to speak about his own memories and experience with Herbert Wigwe, we have the President and Chairman of Council, CIBN, of whom Herbert was a fellow. Can we please make welcome Ken Okpara, FCIB.
Very good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Very difficult to talk about Herbert, but very important also to learn the fact that it's not about how long somebody has lived, but it's about the quality and the impact that the person has made. I've known Herbert for over 36 years. He read accountancy, I read banking and finance. He was a year ahead of me. Something very unique. 1987, in his final year, there was a program, Finance Week. And we had a guest speaker that spoke. A lot of people applauded the speaker. At the end of it, Herbert called him. Great guy, but you weren't looking up. As a leader, you must look at the face of people. You must be courageous. You must exude confidence. You need as much as possible to imbibe that character. And so that's about Herbert, speaking it the way it is, and also very courageous and fearless. He remains a beacon of light and hope. Was a top-notch professional banker with sterling qualities. He worked tirelessly and made very significant contributions to the growth and development of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, the banking industry, and the entire economy. Herbert served as a member of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and the chairman of the body of bank CEO for 3 qualities. He worked tirelessly and made very significant contributions to the growth and development of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, the banking industry, and the entire economy. Herbert served as a member of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and the chairman of the body of bank CEO for 3 consecutive terms, making him the only bank, making him the only bank CEO to have served 3 times. Advocate of change. In his capacity as the chairman of the body of bank CEO, we cannot forget in a hurry his pivotal role in galvanizing the industry to provide succor for Nigerians during the COVID, where he led the industry to donate a total of 8.6 billion to support Nigerians during that COVID era. The birth of SANEF, which was a special purpose vehicle for driving financial inclusion, was also birthed during Herbert as the chairman of body of bank CEO. It's on record that during his tenure and also under his leadership, Access Bank produced unprecedented 4,660 chartered bankers between 2018 and 2022. Again, that made him to be the only CEO that had produced that level of strength. Herbert, with his ingenuity, brought innovative dimension by the hosting of the 14th Annual Banking and Finance Conference, where he served as the chairman of the consultative committee. It's on record that he attracted Nigeria, and then the second in Rwanda, that's Paul Kagame, and also the vice president at the single event, the only chairman that has done so. The conference produced a total of over 10,000 participants and had the largest gathering, which has maintained the standard that other chairmen continue to do. Herbert remained an icon. Herbert remained a shining light. So many things to so many people. He's a family person, I can attest to that. I worship in the same church with his parents. And I attest to the fact that first Sunday of every month, Herbert makes time to come to worship with his parents.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ken Okwara, FCIB President and Chairman of Council, CIBN.
I know how tough it is to do this, to put those thoughts in just a few words. And we apologize for having to rush some of our speakers. It's just so that we can get through the night and get to all our speakers. So we've heard about Herbert the young man, we've heard about Herbert the banker, and we would like for his family to know that he was more than just a banker. He was an entrepreneur, and we're going to talk about several aspects of him tonight. I encourage you to listen carefully to all the speakers. There's some more to learn from your dad other than what you learned at home. To help us with this next segment, Herbert the entrepreneur, and I'm only going to take one speaker for the sake of time. I'd like to invite the co-founder of Aluko and Oyobode, one of Nigeria's largest integrated law firms. Please put your hands together for Mr. Benga Oyobode.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so Herbert was relentless, he was restless, but he was also fearless. I think it's important in celebrating him to understand that he had relentless determination.
His ambition, he was restless because he needed to achieve. And he was fearless in his belief that there were no challenges that he could not surmount. He was relentless in his pursuit of excellence. He didn't do anything in half measures. He was restless, constantly looking for the next opportunity, not pulling his punches in identifying the opportunities. He was never content to simply coast. And more importantly, in the period that I knew Herbert as chairman of Access Bank, Herbert and I would always set what we considered to be audacious targets. Targets that looked extremely impossible to achieve, but we worked 5 to 10 years ahead, and every time we got to the end of that period, we suddenly looked back and we had achieved those targets. They didn't come easily, but they came all the same. So fear was something that did not exist in Herbert's vocabulary. He was fearless in his belief that he could achieve. But one of the things that I would like to celebrate the most about Herbert. So everybody talks about education, and we talk about education because we talk about Wigwe'S University. But that's not really the essence of Herbert, at least with respect to education. The essence of Herbert was his deep love of education that he wanted his children to achieve. He wanted them to go to the best schools in the world. He wanted them to be very like him. And I remember when our children were taking SAT and SSAT tests, and Tochi is smiling already. You would think that it was Herbert that was taking the test, because he was there reading the text. He was there almost literally. If they allowed him to sit with them during the test, he would have sat in the room. But it was important to him, extremely important to him, that his children should achieve. So we ended up with a situation where Chizzy and Tochi went to the best schools in the world, both high school and college. That is the essence of Herbert. So Wigwe'S University is a great idea. Global standards. Nothing else that we will see like it in these parts for a long time. But Herbert, within the family, made sure that education, and not just his biological children. I can talk about Chim, I can talk about OJ, because he made sure that it wasn't just about him, it was about the community, the family, and he set those targets and he achieved it. Herbert's support extended actually beyond the immediate family. And I thought, we speak of him as a banker, we speak of him as an entrepreneur, we think of him as a governance expert. But quintessentially, Herbert was a family man, a very committed family man. So Herbert, with his relentless pursuit of excellence, his restless ambition, his fearless determination, leaves behind a legacy that we will not forget. As we bid farewell to his physical presence, may we carry forward his indomitable spirit and commitment to education, to excellence, to unwavering determination. Herbert's impact on the lives of those around him will continue to inspire and guide us in the days to come. To Tochi, to David, Anna, and Okachi, you can be rest assured that your father's legacy, his pet desires, the things that he focused on, particularly Wigwe'S University, his friends, will make sure that those objectives are achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wigwe'S. Please put your hands together properly for him. There's something I say every now and then, with no disrespect meant to people from other nations, but to be a CEO in Nigeria is no small feat. I think the average Nigerian CEO is the equivalent of about 4 or 5 European CEOs. And the reason I say this is because they have things to think about and worry about that people in other countries are not tasked with, things like power, security, and the unique nature of the Nigerian mind that they have to tackle. So we want to speak to Herbert as a CEO, and to be a successful CEO, it takes quite a lot of support from beneath in terms of the structure, but also it takes a lot of camaraderie from those around you. So we would like to introduce that segment now, Herbert the CEO, and we'll have a few speakers in this regard.
Now for Herbert, he had a team of people who helped him in terms of making the work lighter. He was a man who moved with a group of people, like I mentioned earlier on, not just to lead them, but also to show them the way and raise up other leaders like himself. The next set of gentlemen I'm inviting on stage are people who served Herbert as personal assistants. And beyond just what he presented in the workplace, we have people who had really close connections and close moments with him, and we look forward to hearing their own experience of Herbert as CEO. And so please help me welcome to the stage Efoli and Tunji.
Good evening, Excellencies, Access Bank, Access Warriors, and the Fearless. My name is Tunji Olormai. I started working with Access Bank 2004, about 20 years ago. I started as an escort driver attached to Mr. Ike in Wigwe'S. I worked with him for 2 months to 3 before I was deployed to work with Mr. Herbert Wigwe'S, late Herbert Wigwe'S. Before I started working with him, there was an event I had to go for, which Madam Doreen Wigwe'S. We had to travel to Obosi in Anambra State. I led the convoy. Excuse me. On our way back, I don't know what she saw in me. she asked our driver then, late Kamal Yusuf, to park around Bagada and ask the escort driver to come. I got to her and she asked, "Can you walk with Herbert?" I said yes, but I have some few concern. That was 2006 towards August, December. And I was supposed to get married around 2006 December. For the fact that I know the nature of work, how we work, the way we close. So I told him I have a concern. I told her I have a concern. The woman said, "We will look into it." Some days after I started working with him, he traveled and was supposed to come back on Virgin Atlantic, that early morning flight. I left my house around 8 o'clock, was going to work. I got into a popular event then in Lagos called One Chance. I was beaten and badly battered. I managed to get home. Tochi here found out that this was the situation. Immediately the father came in the morning. I'm sure Tochi mentioned to him. And while we were going to work that same morning, he spoke to the present CEO Access Holding, get my driver a car. And that was the beginning of the benefit a lot of junior staff today do benefit in Access Bank buying fully depreciated car, which are still very good on Nigerian roads. I later told him I want to further my studies. He said, "Tunji, if you really want to further your studies, make sure I don't look for you when I needed your service. Arrange the movement." I said, "Okay, sir." I did. I finished my first degree. And I told him I want to do my master's. All through the way, he's been there. Completing that program, one early morning, I went to thank him for everything, and he needed more. I told him now I'm a graduate. I needed something else to do rather than driving. He said, "Okay, we'll discuss it." Before I knew it, HR called that I should submit my documents. Within a short time, I was given a professional job in Access Bank. I work in administrative departments. Thank you. He said, "Okay, Tunji, now you've gotten a job. Can you go and face your administrative job?" I said, "No, sir. I understand the benefits in between." I said, "No, the nature of job I have, I can do other things. I can work with you and also do my administrative job." He said, "Okay, if you think you're fine." We went ahead. Appraiser comes. He's always supporting me. Family-wise, he's always there. I know one thing about him. You cannot easily approach him if you are not prepared. He might not be smiling, but he's ready to support you all through the way. At some point, I had some family issues. I wanted to talk to him. I will get close to his office, I will run back. I will be close, I will run back. The face is always very tight. I put on the courage another day and I went straight to him. Sir, this and this and this and this are what problem I have, and I want you to look into it. He said, okay, Tuji, it's okay. Before you know it is always there. He's a noble man. I had many opportunities through him, and today, when you hear him talk, if you are wise, you listen, because I gain a lot of fearless and strong drive from him. The nature of work I do made me to learn that whatsoever you hear dies inside you. It's a profession, but I thank God today, and I want to speak to Access, the warriors, and the fearless. There's one thing he usually say: we keep going. No matter how difficult the task is, you hear him say, we keep going. Lastly, in my conclusion, I worked with him for almost 20 years. He has never insulted me, but one day, he said, Tunji, are you freaking bonker? I don't know the meaning. I felt bad for some days. But before the week runs out, the late Cheesy Wigwe'S did something wrong, and he said the same. Cheesy, are you freaking bonker? I said, okay. I'm sure he doesn't have any arm. He doesn't have anything inside him. He's just trying to see that I do something right.
Please put your hands together for him properly. He can do a lot better.
Thank you so much, Tunji, for sharing a bit of 20 years working with Herbert. And now we have a Foley.
Good evening, all. Please, my apologies. I was out there trying to attend to some of our guests. Good evening, everybody. I've known Dr. Herbert Wigwe'S for 23 years, 1 month, and 9 days. Precisely 2 years ago, when we transitioned into the HOCO company, or holding company, I've anxiously looked forward to a day when the cream of the society and captains of industry the world over will converge and celebrate my boss at his retirement, which he was planning and working towards. But if it please the Lord that we celebrate him the way we are doing today, we cannot question God. Herbert was a highly intelligent, self-motivated, unassuming, and inspiring leader with an appealing character and personality. He was fearless, and as a matter of fact, he's a nice and kind-hearted man who could do anything for anybody without strings attached. For those of us who have worked with Access Bank for, especially when Ike and Herbert first bought the bank, those days we used to have meetings that would start as early as 6 a.m. and by 6 a.m. our presentation rooms were filled to the brim. Our ESCO meetings those days would start by 10 p.m. and by 12 midnight, our directors would come out for breaks so they could stretch themselves and nibble on something. And by 1 a.m., Herbert will come out and ask you, why are you sleeping? And then we'll close those meetings sometimes 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and I'll be telling you, this is what I want you to do tomorrow by 8 a.m. And you'll be surprised by 8 a.m., everybody's in the office looking very fresh, as if nothing happened the previous night. I have countless memories about Herbert, but one of the testimonies or one of the memorable events I never forget has to do with his old lifestyle. Herbert used to smoke. And each time we have those long meetings and maybe the figures are not adding up, he will send for me. So, and each time he did, I would start binding and losing. The reason is because he was going to ask me for a stick of cigarette. So, and I dare not delay bringing it, because he will either tell you his head was busting or that he will go bonkers. So I'll bring it, but after that, I'll go and start praying. And I was praying and praying for him against the spirit of smoking and all that. But as God will have it, before long, Herbert became a changed person, and he stopped smoking. What I do not know is whether it was my prayers that changed him, or whether it was the fact that he had godly parents who were praying for him, or it was the banking tsunamis, the horrible experiences we went through when they first took over the bank. But whatever happens, whether it's my prayer or the prayers of the parents, or the horrible experiences they went through, because in the history of Nigerian banking, I don't think there are any bank CEOs who saw what Herbert and Ike saw. But God was with them. They went through it all, and here we are today. Herbert has always been there for me. He was my sunshine. He remains my hero because he gave me the platform to flourish. I see him every night since he died, because almost a week after I heard this news, I wasn't myself. Precisely on February 14th, we were in the office together, and what he requested for was his list of friends, which I handed over to him, and before long, he returned that same list to me with a whole lot of additions. Added a lot of new names, and as I settled down to work on it, because he told me he needs it urgently, as I settled down to work on it, I suddenly woke up only to discover it was a dream. Herbert left us with a legacy of hard work, a legacy of fearlessness, a legacy of excellence. And I believe the message he has for every one of us here is that we must not let that legacy die. For those of us who are not his friends while he was alive, he wants me to tell you, your name is one of those names that were added to that list, and he wants you to join us as we start his journey where he stopped it. Thank you very much.
So much, Efoli Ekot. And thank you for serving Herbert. For you and Tunji, many years of service, serving diligently and helping him in achieving his own dreams. At this point, I'd like to just say to Herbert's beloved children, Tochi, David, Hannah, Okachi, that we hope that the stories you've heard so far tonight has encouraged you to understand or give you a glimpse of the kind of man that you had the privilege and honor of calling father. And we understand it's a difficult time, but we trust that the stories and the memories tonight would give you the strength to know that you had a phenomenal dad.
If there's something that I think he would want for all of you, is to grow up to be individuals, to live your life. Don't try to be him. Don't try to do the things he did. To be you. Be you. Live your own life, because one thing about Herbert is that he did it his way. And to help us just celebrate that one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the stage Dare Art Alade as he sings that song, My Way.
It's one of Herbert's favorite songs, and I'm honored to be singing this. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friends, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this.
What is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my
Yes, it was my
Thank you, Dari Art Alade. And indeed, if there was such a man who did it his way, as a precocious child and growing up to be a consummate professional as a banker, and then being an excellent entrepreneur and a CEO among CEOs, Herbert Wigwe certainly did it his way and excelled at doing it.
And we spoke earlier about how it takes also support from other CEOs to make your business and your work as a CEO flourish. And I'd like to welcome one CEO of FMDQ, Mr. Bola Onodele Koko, to come and say a few words about Herbert Wigwe. Please put your hands together for him.
Good evening, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. I met Herbert in 1987, I think in Coopers and Librand, although Dakwambo, His Excellency said 88. But I entered in 1987. Herbert valued relationships. And the first time that was tested, or that became known to me, was when I was in a relatively small bank. And I told Herbert I'd joined the bank, and he asked me what my plans were. Herbert and I had just moved to Access Bank. And he told me to consider trade finance after I shared with him what I was going to do in that bank. And I told him I'd not done trade finance, and he said, I will help you. When we have transactions, we will call you. And in less than 3 days, I had not prepared a team. Herbert called me, and he said, Coco, the first transaction was here. So I told him no team yet, and he said, don't worry, the team in Access Bank will work with you, but be on this transaction. Less than a month after, Herbert called me and said, Coco, you have to be in Abidjan. And I said, what was happening in Abidjan? And he said, Afrexim will be having a conference. You have to meet the executives there, and they support trade finance. So I flew to Abidjan, called Herbert, and he said there'll be a team, the first meeting of the presidents and some, bank CEOs, and I should attend the meeting. And I said, Herbert, I'd not been invited. And he said, yeah, but follow me, just follow me. We entered, and of course they were checking names, and Herbert held my hand, told the person at the gate, this is Coco from Nigeria. He has to come in. And I entered the place with Herbert, I had meetings, I was listening to all this for the first time. And when the session ended, I said, so Herbert, we'll see. He said, CK, there's dinner, we have to go with them. Again, I was not invited, Herbert pulled me in. We finished, and I said, Herbert, so later, I said, no, we're going to have drinks with them. So this time, of course, the population was reducing. And there I was with Dr. Rama and the former president of Afrexim, with Herbert having drinks. And from that point, I got initiated into trade finance, and it was Herbert. We were articled clerks in Coopers and Lybrand. Then I drafted me into this FMDQ thing. And after some years, I called Herbert and I said, you've done a green bond, you've issued a green bond. I'd like to discuss it with you. Where are you? And he said, oh, I'm in London. And I said, interestingly, I'm in London as well. And he said, come to our office. I think it's around Bank Station, I can't remember very well. And we got in there. I got there before him, he arrived, and we spoke. And after a while, I said, Herbert, I want to discuss the listing of the green bond. And he said, Coco, you know, I don't like what you do. I said, what have I done, Herbert? I said, do you know for how long we've known each other? You cannot be asking me things like this. You just have to assume that it will be done. We're going to list on FMDQ, and we're going to list on NGX as well. And that was the end of the meeting. I said, do not ask me. Then UNEP came to work, and they decided there should be a financial center for sustainability in Lagos. And the industry decided FMDQ should be the secretariat. So after we accepted, I called Herbert and I said, I know you've done a lot in sustainability, but I've just been made chairman of this sustainability agenda and I need help. And he listed the executives of Access Bank that I should work with and said, you must know we've done a lot on sustainability. The day we launched the Green Board Market Development Program, he said, Coco, I won't be there, but Roosevelt will be there. And Roosevelt spoke eloquently. And that program is on and doing very well. Financial Center for Sustainability is doing very well. Herbert was not just about banking. He was also very focused on national issues. The last time I spoke to Herbert, and on video, I think Roosevelt, you were on that Zoom call, was January 2022. And we were talking about how to resolve the FX market in Nigeria and what to do. And I then said, we need to go to central bank to assist and this is. And Herbert was like, I don't like to hear all these things, Coco. And I was begging him. And I said, if we do not resolve the unsettled forwards, we will not be able to build back the market. Nigeria will not be able to build back the economy. And I think there were so many questions he asked that day, and he left saying he will think about it. On January 30, Roosevelt sent me a text and said, Herbert has aligned, and he has given his commitment that we should go to the central bank and support whatever central bank needed to do. That was the last time we spoke. But before then, some time ago, I think NGX, there were some minor issues in NGX. And Herbert called me and said, Coco, what are we going to do about NGX? So I thought he forgot where I worked. And I said, Herbert, I'm the CEO in FMDQ. We compete with NGX. And he said, I know that. But do you know this is where the wealth of Nigerians are? Coco, we need to stop talking about competition. We need to do something, collaborate, and rescue. This is our exchange. He said, do you have some shares? I said, yes, including Access Bank shares. And he said, so exchange cannot go down. And he said, we need to talk about this. And I said, okay. Then FMDQ made investment in CSCS. and I went to see Herbert in the new office. And we're meant to talk about the transaction. And the first thing Herbert talked about was the consolidation of NGX and FMGQ. And I said, Herbert, I'm sorry, but that's not what I came for. He said, let's arrange a meeting with Ike, and we need to talk about the consolidation. Nigeria needs to be bigger, and the exchange in the country needs to be big to compete in Africa and support so many things. That's what he wanted to talk about. Well, we talked about the transaction, and I made a commitment that I'll go talk to Ike, but we never held that meeting. Ike, I quite honestly do not know how you're going to fill this void. I don't. Roosevelt and Bolaji, don't worry, you will succeed and you will exceed, because this is what Herbert will want. He was a fighter, he was a warrior. The first time I saw a bank CEO prostrate for a CBN governor was when I was with Herbert. Access Bank did nothing wrong on the transaction, and the central bank then, not the one now, which is highly professional, decided to punish Access Bank. And I saw Herbert on the floor, rolling to avoid a fine that was not justified. Once it was at Renaissance Hotel on Isaac John, and he called me and said, Koko, be coming. The governor is here with me. And I entered my car and ran there, and he was on the floor. Undeserved. But he was doing this for Access Bank, and I told Herbert, put all the papers of this transaction together. Someday, we're going to have a professional central bank governor, and they will have to look at this transaction again. The second time on this transaction again was in the office in Abuja. I was drafted to come because I'd written a letter supporting Access Bank position, and I'd been warned not to be along that I was standing in between crossfires, and I decided to stand because Access did nothing, and Herbert did nothing, and he valued relationships, and I'm glad I stood for that. Adieu, Herbert Wigwe, Habito, as I used to call him, the fearless, the enabler, the motivator, the supporter, a wonderful friend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bola Onodele Koko.
He spoke about Herbert prostrating, and that is no surprise to most of us, because respect is something that both Herbert and Igwede were brought up on. Respect, first of all, for God. They never cease to give glory to God in every meeting that they've ever had. Second, respect for their parents and the elderly. It was in this hall where we saw, just after the merger or the acquisitions of one bank, where Herbert and Igwede knelt to appreciate their shareholders and investors on this stage. Respect came easy to your father. Next, I'd like to invite to speak CEO TCX Investment. They handle delivering currency risk solutions to African borrowers. Please make welcome Rod Brower as he comes up to say a few words.
Thank you very much for having me. Herbert and I met for the first time about a quarter of a century ago, right after the Nigerian elections. And I set foot on the ground representing FMO, the Dutch Development Bank at the time. And ever since, I followed developments in the banking sector, but especially with Access Bank closely. So when I heard your host say that the European CEO is 25% of a Nigerian CEO, I realized he's been very generous. The Nigerian market that I found at the time was in need of great people, with drive, passion, ambition to move it forward. When we met for the first time, it was immediately clear Herbert was one of these people. Shortly after that meeting, Herbert followed up and visited us in The Hague. And he did actually exactly what we did with our Nigerian partners. He did a due diligence on FMO, the Dutch Development Bank, because that's the way he saw business. Equality of institutions was as self-evident as equality of people, a value that we shared. From here on, we built a professional relation based on a strong personal connection that would grow into a long-distance friendship. Our different backgrounds enriched and strengthened that relationship, as it gave us more to learn from each other. I am grateful for having been part of that. And moreover, Herbert and Ake showed me how deep a friendship can go. Our relationship deepened alongside the incredible journey of Access Bank. Visiting clients in Port Harcourt with Herbert is one of my fond memories. And soon FMO became one of the first international partners of Access Bank Nigeria. Thank you. One memory I have is that Herbert could be convincing. When Access Bank had to deliver on the increased minimum capital requirements imposed by CBN, Herbert and Ike flew in to discuss with Arthur Arnold, FMO's CEO at the time, to fast-track the conversion of FMO's convertible loan into equity. The meeting was just before Christmas. The deadline was January 1st. I witnessed two warriors that did not come to fight, but that also would not leave until they had won. In my 16 years, thank you. In my 16 years at the institution, I have never witnessed a more efficient process. And of course, the conversion happened. It was the first of many impact initiatives that were jointly done with Access Bank. And I'm not sure if you are aware, but the Nigerian banking system defined the Nigerian sustainable banking principles more than a decade before any European market defined their sustainable banking principles. Another fond memory is one of our dinners. It was an Italian restaurant called Imperio Romano at the Amstel River in Amsterdam. Herbert had his best ever sea bass. It was baked in the oven in a crust of sea salt, so no flavor could escape the dish. He enjoyed it. With Ike and Roosevelt, we discussed, laughed and shared a glass. And we discussed the sometimes quite visible differences between the Nigerian and the Dutch culture. Herbert surprised me with his liberal spirit, explaining that every human being should be free to pursue happiness as long as it does not infringe on the freedom or happiness of others. He showed me a prejudice of my own, as I had not expected a Nigerian banker to be more liberal than many of my countrymen. Herbert explained that evening his conviction that people should be given the tools to develop themselves and then take the responsibility to actually do so. Tonight I witness this is the philosophy behind many, many of his initiatives. What is over the last days, what happened is that I realized that Herbert's voice trespasses time and place for me, at least. I can still hear him in his unique tone, his unique intonation, laughing, saying, "Oh, rude." Herbert, I miss you as an example, as a force for good, as my Nigerian brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brower.
And now to close this particular chapter of Herbert Wigwe'S life, Herbert, the CEO, would like to invite on stage a man who not only shared business interests with Herbert, but also transcended that relationship to be a close associate and friend. Please let's make welcome the founder and CEO of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote.
Very helpless because I could not prevent the tragedy that befell my friend, my brother, my mentee, and a very, very loyal friend for that matter, Herbert Wigwe, CFR, his beloved wife, Chizoba, and his son, Chizi. Herbert was a visionary role model in fortitude and a perfectionist who gave so much of himself, is no longer here with us. But his transformative strides are seen all over our economic landscape and even in the heart of social milieu in Nigeria and the rest of the world. Many people, including his family members, friends, and associates, church brethren, mentees, and former acquaintances have written and said a lot about a man who broke all records and pushed boundaries in the realm of banking and applied his fine skills to reshape the entire sector. His legacy in philanthropy will always never be forgotten. I choose to remember his long friendship, undivided loyalty, and his zest for life among numerous other attributes. He was a pillar of strength and support for me, my family, and our businesses. He was not afraid to go out on a limb to help me untie the several knots that actually came up as our organization grew and flourished. He was proud to be part of my success story, and I'm proud to name him my devoted friend, mentee, and brother. Herbert's wise counsel and relentless support was central to the growth and expansion of our organization, the Dangote Group. My family and I will forever cherish his inexhaustible energy and the capacity for total concentration with extraordinary outcomes gave me the ray of hope, strength, and unflagging zeal to keep sight on my ultimate goal in my business. His big push led my foray into the previous uncharted oil and gas sector, which is now central to our growth as a conglomerate. Herbert will always remind me that, look, my mentor, we will get there, just hang in there, and we will beat any imagination. I remain eternally grateful to Herbert, who immensely supported me in the completion of our project. And he said that, look, my mentor, if I have to give you my life, I will do so. Let's carry on. Herbert's courage was second to none, and he was really, really fearless. He was never scared of anything. Herbert and I share a common principle of perseverance, which is one of the cardinal virtues of success in business. Harry Truman, the 33rd President of America from 1945 to 1953, once recounted in his memoirs that being president is like riding a tiger, and a man has to keep riding or be swallowed. A president has to be constantly on top of events, or if he hesitates, events will soon be on top of him. I never felt I could let up a single moment. Herbert prodded me when I hesitated, gave me a nudge when I was weak, and consoled me with the words of my mentor, hang in there. We will remain, he will remain unforgettable, friend, mentee, and a brother, and I feel that I'm part of the family. Bidding farewell to a brother, mentee, and a very, very loyal friend, his beloved wife, Chizoba, and his son, Chizi, is an extremely arduous task for me. But I'm consoled by the fact that Herbert has run a successful race and has gone to a better place. To immortalize my beloved friend, my brother and mentee, I have actually decided to name our major refinery and petrochemical road. Out of the 120 kilometers, the biggest road will be now named Herbert Wigwe. Because what I want is that after we have all gone, people will still be there, visit the refinery, and they will find out who was this Herbert Wigwe. He was a man loved by all, and his boundless energy and uncommon zeal resonated in a life worthy of emulation. His friends remain a template in loyalty. May the Almighty God grant him and all the departed eternal rest, and give the entire Wigwe family, which I'm part of, the fortitude to bear this huge loss. Herbert Wigwe, rest in peace. Thank you.
Beyond comprehension. I am shocked and deeply distressed by the news of the passing of Mr. Herbert Wigwe, a distinguished banker, humanitarian, and entrepreneur, and Mr. Abimbola Ogunbanjo, the former group chairman of the Nigerian Exchange Group PLC, along with members of the Wigwe family, Herbert's wife Chizoba, and son Chizi. Their passing is an overwhelming tragedy that is shocking beyond comprehension. I extend my condolences to the Wigwe and Ogunbanjo families, the business community, and all those impacted by this harrowing incident. I pray for the peaceful repose of the departed and ask God Almighty to comfort the multitude of Nigerians who are grieving and the families of the deceased at this deeply agonizing moment.
France has lost a friend, Herbert Wigwe, president of the France-Nigeria Business Council. a humanistic and talented entrepreneur. He tirelessly worked to strengthen the relationship between our two countries. Our heartfelt thoughts go to his family and loved ones.
I see myself as heavily bereaved in these circumstances, as you very well know my personal relationship with Herbert and your family, from our time in the army in Kaduna in the early 1960s. I discovered and came to admire a number of Herbert's personal traits in the time I knew him. In 57 years of fulfillment, an uncommon accomplishment. Herbert made an extraordinary success of his life, becoming one of our nation's foremost entrepreneurs and businessmen who had expanded his already awe-inspiring horizon and inspired an entire generation of confident Nigerians. I know Herbert still had so much to share with this generation and generations to come from his extremely rich and eventful life and career. Without a doubt, the family, friends, colleagues, the corporate community, and the entire nation have lost one of the brightest stars in our firmaments. His place will be difficult to fill.
Of France, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, the former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and of course the former president of the United States of America, President Bill Clinton, for their wishes at this time and the message of solidarity and comfort to Herbert Wigwe'S family.
And speaking about presidents, one American president, John F. Kennedy, said, "Ask not what you can do for your country. Well, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." The next phase of Herbert's life we would like to speak about is nation building. The next few speakers you'll hear from, many of whom will be related with politics or governance, have national impact. Their jobs have national reach. Herbert was not a politician, but he was every bit a nation builder, and they will come to speak to that fact. Please make welcome our very first of those speakers.
The first speaker is the Executive Governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Governor Dapo Abiodun.
Your Excellencies, the Wigwe'S, and friends of the Wigwe'S. This is indeed a very tough season for all of us. I still cannot believe that we're all gathered here this evening, and this is why we're gathered here. It remains unbelievable. I can't but play back the numberless meetings and events in and out of the country, again in my mind. I've looked at pictures and videos of us again and again. Words are definitely not enough to describe how larger than life Herbert was. He was a doting husband. He was a loving father to all his children, both biological children and all those he adopted. He was extremely hardworking. He was daring. He was bold. He was diligent. He was intentional. He was consistent. He was compassionate. He was caring. He was reliable. He was dependable. Herbert was loyal to his friends. He was intelligent from every single account we've had this evening. Extremely cerebral. Herbert was way ahead of his time. He was ever so forward-thinking and forward-looking. He believed in this country, Nigeria, and he was very patriotic. He did everything to support and promote the cause of this country. Herbert's paths and I crossed about 30 years ago when he was still a baby banker in Guarantee Trust Bank alongside with Iboje. I saw a bright future ahead of him, but I never knew he would evolve to become the great man that he became. They say the world belongs to those that dare. Yes, he definitely dared. And he conquered. Personally, I can't thank him enough for believing in me, for being my brother and my friend, for supporting my dreams, for supporting my aspirations and my vision for the good people of Ogun State. From the prompt payment of salaries my first day in the office, to the issuance of our private bond, and several visible infrastructure projects that crisscross the landscape of Ogun State, particularly the Gateway International Airport, the Ekpe-Ijebu Expressway, and several others. The history of the new Ogun State will not be complete without the mention of his contributions. He made me appreciate. Thank you. He made me appreciate what he called the speed of trust in governance, which was to hit the ground running so as to execute and complete all my planned projects in a tenure. Herbert was always there to provide a bridge. We had so much work in progress coming back from Cairo, but man proposes and God disposes. He was a different person to everyone, selfless and promise-keeping. I want to thank him again and again. God has called him home at the time of his choosing. We mere mortals see this as his prime. But God indeed knows why he allowed this alongside with his loving wife, Chizoba, and his dear son, Chizi, who's like a son to me. The blow and void of your departure, Herbert, will be extremely hard to feel. Still feels like a bad dream that I'm going to wake up from, and Herbert would walk in anytime and say, "What's wrong with all of you guys? That was just a joke." I'm glad I honored your invitation to dinner at your new home, which has turned to be the last supper. Your name could easily have also been Impact, because you touch lives across the world. We all weep and grieve because of how much we love and miss you. You've lived an impactful life. The other day, someone said to me, "Dapo, did you know that Herbert has a street named after him in Beirut?" I was like, "Is that so?" Because Herbert also impacted the lives of people in Beirut. Herbert lived 2 lifetimes in one. Herbert Chizoba Chizi did not do anything wrong to deserve what happened. It was written. It was their preordained exit. Like I said the other day, good and bad things happen to good people. On behalf of my family, the good people and government of Ogun State, I pray the Almighty forgives all Herbert's sins, that of his wife and his son, grant the repose of their soul, while granting his aged parents, his daughter Tuchi, her siblings, other family members, Ig, all your friends, the Access family, the heart to bear this very tragic loss. You will continue to live forever in our hearts. As the Bible says, he that believes in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live, and whosoever lives and believes in me shall never die. May the Lord keep and protect us all in Jesus' mighty name. We will keep your legacies moving. Good night, dear Herbie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Dapo Abiodun. Indeed, Governor Dapo Abiodun had spoken about Herbert's support for the shared or building our future together agenda in Ogun State. He was a detribalized Nigerian, and he supported and had friends across different tribes and backgrounds here in Nigeria.
When COVID ravaged the world and made its way through Africa to Nigeria and eventually to Lagos, these three men were amongst the first to jump up and answer COVID at our gates. Herbert Wigwe, Igboje, and my next speaker. In his Instagram post about Herbert, you could tell he wasn't just writing about someone he had heard about or read about or someone he had interacted with officially. He was speaking about someone he counts as a friend. Join me and welcome the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Good evening, everyone. So 4 nights ago, it was actually on Friday night, I was scrolling down my phone, trying to look for some other guy called Herbert. And mistakenly, it was our Herbert. My Herbert, my friend, my brother, my advisor, Herbert Wigwe, whose number popped out again. Why so? On Thursday, February 8th, he and I chatted and spoke for a while. And so, with phones, the name and the last conversation will be the first that will pop out. Very usual of him. Excellency, my radar says you are in London. I said, my chairman, you are wrong this time. I'm on my way from Beijing, China, and I'll be getting home tomorrow. But of course, the very next, I called Shola. Where exactly are you? We're in London. Ah, there goes. And we chatted, and I said, we haven't seen this year a lot of times. And he says, I will see you in exactly 6 days. This was on a on a Thursday, and he says he'll be back the next Wednesday, and he will see me on Thursday. Of course, he still called me back later that night, to complete the chat message that we had. And he said he was just coming out of his board meeting and we'll see as soon as he gets back. This was the last conversation that I will keep for a long time on my phone. I knew about Wigwe about 34 years ago with his old school friend. I'm sure he's sitting here somewhere, Kaudi Ayeni. Kaudi and I were childhood friends. And I was working in an oil service company then, and I think he just joined Capital Merchant Bank. Those days when we have our 6 weeks on and 3 weeks off, you come to Lagos, you come and eat under the bridge with lunch or vouchers with your friends in the financial world. And I used to envy them a lot, because back then, it was only safety boots and t-shirts that we have. But they had well-tailored suits that they got from quayside behind Mandelas. And so with the lunch or voucher, we'll go under the bridge and have something to eat. We all moved on. We all got married. And from time to time in Guarantee Trust, Kade knows the story. From Guarantee Trust, Herbert was being a fearless banker way back then. And our paths cross once in a while. All of his siblings. Emeka, we met on the street in Lagos, hustling. Joyce, we met professionally. Peggy, we met in the banking industry. Stella, I just met her. But it's been an interesting journey together. And a few times in and out of the banking industry, in public service, we will meet now and then. And he's always a man that has good things to tell, had good stories to share, had a lot of encouragement to give. Of course, we fast track. I became the governor of Lagos State. And our friendship, our brotherly friendship, blossomed further. Herbert was one of the very first people that supported my ambition generously. And I said to him, brother, I'm not going there to disappoint you. I will leave, I will work, and I will come back to represent the friendship that we all have together. And he said, count me in. I will give you all the support that you require. Him and my other brother, Iboje, had given me the support from the very first day as the governor of the state. It's countless, it's numerous, it's unbelievable how a man can truly share everything he has with you. Uche is here, Gilbert is here somewhere. Herbert makes it a point of duty every time he's flying out. He drops in at the Lagos South Marina. His greeting is always the same way. Excellency, don't give up. We'll do it. No, we'll do it. Don't worry. Those things, we'll get it done. You don't have time, think about it. It's only 4 years going to come now. Let's do it. Those were his words of encouragement. And he will sit back with his crackers, biscuits. He doesn't take cognac like they do with Carl. He takes Maltina or Malta Guinness. And that has been our journey for the past 4.5 years or so. But COVID gave us another history. Himself, our big brother, Alhaji Aliko, Ike, and a few others here rose up, stood up, and they said, never again will we fold our arms and let this kind of a disease that we know nothing about ravage us. They were supportive of our government, of our country, and Herbert led from the front during the very difficult time of COVID. He supported, he inspired, he encouraged, and he stood with us. On a personal note, not only has he taken me as a brother, my son, who we interviewed, works with him in one of his offshore companies. My wife, who does yearly women conferences, is the highest donor onto that conference. My daughter, who is trying to catch up on real estate, has been a major supporter of her. I have indeed lost a big friend, but the story doesn't stop there. Herbert and Ike, sometime last year, after the second term election, they said to me, "Excellency, you don't have time again. What can we do? What legacy are you going to leave behind? How can we help you? What are those things, those big things that you have that you cannot realize?" And with all of us, with Roosevelt, with Iboje, with Herbert, took a trip to Cairo. And they put together the biggest audacious financing plan that I've ever seen, by anyone. And they said to me, "Governor, you have what it takes. We believe in you, we trust you. Go ahead and change the face of Lagos." That's my brother for you. That's Herbert Wigwe for you. That's a man that all of us are truly celebrating today. One of my joy this evening is the fact that I now know that indeed Herbert has a Lagos story in his life. He was born at the Lagos Island Maternity Hospital. That speaks volume, because indeed he's an Isaleko boy. And we're going to own it and claim it as part of us. If we're a city that gives citizenship at his place of birth, you will have been given the citizenship of Lagos Island. And we'll do something with that name and Lagos Island. Ike, you haven't lost a brother. We haven't lost a brother. You have earned 4 new children. And I know with you, they will also be fearless. With you, you will take them to where Herbert will be looking up and will be happy with you. Emeka, Joyce, Peggy, and Stella, you haven't lost a brother. You have gained all of us as your new family members. This is what Herbert has worked for. This is what he wants to leave behind for all of us. Uche, Gilbert, Dere, Rosie, we're all one big family now. Herbert has indeed transcended beyond borders, completely detribalized, having a Nigerian story in his heart. And so, on behalf of the people and government of Lagos State, we will cherish what he stood for, what he believed in. And Lagos, I repeat, Lagos will not forget Herbert Wigwe. We will live to support the family, to support Tuche, David, Hannah, and the great fearless Ukachi to become someone that your mom, Chizoba, will be happy with, that your brother, Chizi, will be happy with, and that indeed all of us will live the fearless story, the legacy of Herbert Wigwe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very very much, Mr. Governor, Your Excellency, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. Thank you for speaking straight from your heart and also the promise to immortalize the legacy and the memory of Herbert Wigwe. And as you rightly said, Herbert was a man who was very proud of his heritage, being from Isiokpo town in Ikwere local government area in Rivers State. However, he was a Lagos boy through and through. And you would see that, I mean, the governor had mentioned he was born Island Maternity Hospital.
I was also born at Island Maternity Hospital.
I was born a few meters away from Island Maternity Hospital.
Where were you born?
First consultant, Obalinde.
It's still Obalinde. All of us are island children.
He was a Lagos boy. I mean, he had companies across the world, but headquarters here in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State. And so we're really delighted and grateful that Lagos State will immortalize Herbert Wigwe. Thank you very much, sir.
Still speaking to his work as a nation builder, we'd like to invite someone else who also has national impact with the work that he does for a living. Please make welcome the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy in Nigeria, Mr. Wale Edun.
Good evening. As we gather to remember and to honor the memory of Dr. Herbert Wigwe, CFR, and of course his wife Chizoba and his son Chizi, our hearts are heavy. And we just have to try to encourage ourselves with the wonderful life and legacy he has. Herbert Wigwe was my friend. He was my younger brother. He was my aburo. And like all of us here, I feel deeply pained at his passing. I remember when I first met Herbert, 25 years ago. I was then Lagos Commissioner for Finance. And one morning, as I stepped out of the house, I saw Ike and Herbert striding down the driveway from the gate. They had come to market the services of GT Bank, or as it was then, Guarantee Trust Bank. They were young, energetic, vibrant, and brimming with self-confidence. And I knew then that these were two young men who were going to achieve a lot in their chosen careers and in life. And of course, so it has turned out. From that time, Herbert kept in touch. From time to time, he would come by and we would sit in the study and basically go over the issues of the moment. He would come with ideas, options, alternatives as to how to help resolve the financial and economic issues of the day. And Herbert was so full of knowledge, so full of ideas. He was so creative in his thinking, and his optimism was both infectious and very, very encouraging. So when Herbert took over the reins of Access Bank, he kept in touch still, despite the huge amount of work he had, because as we all know, the international presence of Access Group today is the result of the relentless, the tireless work that Herbert and indeed his entire team put in. But despite that, he still had time for philanthropy. He was committed to it, he supported, and he gave his time to benefit the arts, sport, education, and of course, he did so much by way of helping good causes and helping individuals. And I must say, personally, Herbert was of great help to me. He, like a worthy aburo, his bank financed some of my construction projects to successful completion. And he also, the Access brand, helped to sponsor my daughter-in-law's polo team internationally. And just a couple of days ago, as a result of a fallout of that, I was in Doha, and the Access brand was prominently displayed at the Qatar National Sports Museum. But you know, above all, Herbert gave me his time and his thinking. What I valued most about him was that the man had solutions. He was never at a loss. And so, on January 31st, I got speaking to Herbert, as we normally did, very late at night. That January 31st, at midnight, I told Herbert what I had on my mind relating to the issues of the day. His response was, "Egbon, I have an answer. I can help with that." He was in Lagos, I was in Abuja. He said, "I will come to see you in Abuja at 8 a.m. this very morning," because by then, of course, it was after midnight. And true enough, at 8 a.m. or thereabouts, we sat together and we shook hands on a number of initiatives that he would undertake with others to help resolve one or two things about the Nigerian economy. That was the last time that I spoke to Herbert. We all know what happened subsequently. And so, we are all missing Herbert. But you can imagine how much I felt suddenly without such a strong pillar of support, which he was throughout the time that I knew him. In closing, let me offer my deepest condolences to Tochi, David, Hannah, Okachi, and indeed all the families of those who lost their lives in a tragic accident. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister.
We're gradually coming to the end of tonight's celebration of professional excellence. We have only a few more people to go to come up to share their own memories and pay tribute and celebrate the life of this excellent man and phenomenal banker and entrepreneur, CEO, and of course man in the person of Herbert Wigwe. And before we do that, the next set of people we're going to invite on stage share a common thread. Now, one thing that people know about Herbert is that he had many passions, one of which was the arts. He was, in fact, some people would call his office a museum or a gallery of exhibition. And so it's no wonder that when there was a multiple stakeholder approach to refurbishing the National Arts Theatre, coordinated by SANEF, as well as the Bankers Committee and the Ministry of Finance, the CBN. He was one of the key contributors to that collaboration. And we're delighted to have here a woman who was part of that, in fact, one of the key drivers of that initiative, in the person of the CEO of the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities, Ms. Ronke Kuye, here with us.
Please put your hands together. We see her making her way to the stage.
Now, she had to interrupt her journey to the UK for her 60th just to ensure that she was here.
So let's give a big happy birthday round of applause.
Good evening, all. Herbert Wigwe, HW as we called him, was an enigma. We really could not understand how he managed to be successfully involved in multiple time-consuming activities, but he somehow pulled it off with sustained passion and commitment. There are only 24 hours in a day for everyone, but he made those hours count. HW was responsible for spearheading the drive for financial inclusion in Nigeria, which led to the birth of SANEF and the remarkable results achieved today. Leading a successful bank was not enough. He believed that providing banking services must extend beyond the urban areas to include the last mile in rural communities. HW did not only believe, he implemented and executed by ensuring that Access Bank played a lead role under SANEF, as well as engaging directly to ensure that those without financial services are reached. Restoration of the iconic National Theatre Igomu, a project christened the Lagos Creative and Entertainment Center, LCEC, was a project close to HW's heart. As a true lover of the arts, it was no surprise to find him leading the charge and rallying others to bring this national monument back to life. The objective being to ensure that Nigeria will be considered once again the destination of choice for entertainment and other events being hosted in Africa. Those of us old enough to remember Festac 77 can attest to the fact that nothing like this has ever been hosted again in Nigeria since then. He often spoke about his belief in the employment and the economic benefits of the arts, culture, and creative industry in general. He was specifically happy that the youth are the drivers of the growth and success of the sector. Herbert worked tirelessly to ensure the takeoff and successful completion of what was known as Phase 1 of the LCEC project, the National Theatre. It was obvious from the beginning in 2019 that this would be a difficult, resource-demanding project. But as an active member of the working group and the STERCO, HW made sure he made time for the weekly meetings with the project's reporting team, during which he often reminded us that failure was not an option. He often reiterated that we had to deliver this project as planned and in a timely manner. He chaired the 117th meeting on February 5th, 2024. Sadly, it was his last. Today would have been the 119th meeting at 5 p.m. HW was an excellent connector and problem solver. He seemed to have the capacity to assemble a team to deal with an issue in an instant. On the project, he reached out to all quarters, even the most difficult, to ensure that we got what we needed to deliver results. His favorite phrases being, "Leave that to me, consider it done." He took his time to explain his position on knotty issues and often ended it with, "If you get the point I'm trying to make." And yes, most times we got it. He always had a story for every situation, usually from his personal experiences. These amusing anecdotes got us laughing and helped us to see the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel. And ultimately, a solution would emerge with the challenge suddenly no longer appearing to be insurmountable. For HW, obstacles did not exist. He was excellent at painting a bigger picture and would often remind the team about why we're doing this, addressing the obstacles as temporary glitches. He was an encourager and a supporter. He would put himself forward, supporting you to get what seemed impossible done. He was personable and fair. He would listen to and address everything, professional and personal matters of others with the same commitment. If you had HW on your side, then you had someone in your corner who wants you to do well and succeed. You had a champion rooting for you. The National Theatre is a few weeks away from completion. It was an honor to have such a remarkable driving force behind the project. Herbert Wigwe, knowing you and working with you right from our GT Bank days was a rare honor and privilege. Your shocking and untimely demise has illuminated the sheer weight of your contributions and impact in the financial industry, Nigeria and beyond. Your legacy lives on. May the Almighty grant your family, loved ones, and Access Bank family the strength to bear the irreplaceable loss. Rest in peace, Herbert.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ronke Kuye. We have just two more speakers this evening, and then we will be wrapping up tonight's celebration of professional excellence.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome one of the men with the hardest jobs in Nigeria, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Michael Cardozo.
Who said I have one of the hardest jobs in Nigeria? Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to honor the life and legacy of a truly exceptional individual, Herbert Wigwe. Herbert's passing on February 9th, 2024 was a sudden and profound loss. Yet, as we come to terms with this loss, it is important that we celebrate the life of a man who dedicated himself to excellence and to service. Herbert played a pivotal role in transforming Access Bank into one of Nigeria's foremost financial institutions. Herbert's vision, diligence, and commitment elevated Access Bank to a position of prominence not only within Nigeria, but across the continent and the global financial arena. As the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, I had the opportunity of close interaction with Herbert over the course of the last few months. Indeed, he visited me twice. His concern evident in his inquiries about how he could help alleviate the challenges the economy was facing. I will continue to value the professional contributions he made at our meetings and appreciate how insightful and thoughtful they were. Herbert's commitment extended far beyond business. One touching memory that truly captures Herbert's spirit was his involvement in the National Arts Theatre project, which had been spoken about quite extensively. A private sector-led initiative. He led a team of dedicated and impressive professionals driven by a shared vision of revitalizing Nigeria's cultural landscape. Wigwe'S University, of course, was another indication of who Herbert was. The university is an embodiment of his commitment to education as a catalyst for change and advancement on the continent. When I visited his family home, Herbert's parents spoke very lovingly about their son's unwavering commitment to making Nigeria better. A sentiment echoed in Herbert's actions and aspirations. In my personal and professional capacity, my experiences with Herbert affirmed his genuine concern for the welfare of our nation and its peoples. His dedication to service, coupled with his generosity, touched countless lives. Many who interacted with Herbert will tell you of being inspired by his vision, hard work, and dedication to building Access Bank into an international financial services powerhouse. As we bid farewell to Herbert, let us pray for comfort and for solace for his children, his parents, in-laws, and the entire family, who now mourn the loss of their beloved son, their daughter Chizoba, and grandson Chizi. May God's abundant love embrace them during this difficult time, giving them the strength to carry and find healing from their sorrow. In closing, let us remember Herbert, not merely for his professional accolades or material success, but as an exceptional leader. May his legacy inspire us to strive for excellence, to cherish our loved ones, and to leave the world a better place than we found it. Herbert, Chizoba, Chizi, we bid you farewell. May the souls of all the departed rest in peace.
Thank you very much. The Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Cardozo. And now for our final speaker for tonight to wrap up the celebration of the different chapters and facets of Herbert Wigwe'S life. It's our pleasure to bring on stage the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina.
Your Excellencies, the Wigwe'S family, and the children of Herbert, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts about our dearly beloved Herbert Wigwe, whom we all gather here to mourn and whose life and work we have come to honor and celebrate. Permit me to share a Bible verse. Revelations chapter 14, verse 13. Blessed are those who die in the Lord from this time on, for the rest from their labors, and their works follow them. It is both surreal and hard to believe that Herbert Wigwe, the ebullient, kind, exceptionally smart, dynamic, visionary, co-founder of Access Bank PLC, is no more. In just a short span of time, Herbert lived a fulfilled life as a loving husband, father, and son who brought pride to the Wigwe family and to the Nwuba families. Herbert brought pride to Nigeria. Herbert brought pride to Africa. Ever since I heard of Herbert's passing and spoke with his best friend and Access Bank co-founder, Aigboje Aig Imokwede, like you and millions of others across Africa and around the world, it seems as if life came to a crawling halt. His sudden passing, along with his beloved wife, Chizoba, and his dear son, Chizi, has been a painful and sad event that has left all of us devastated and numb. Chizoba was Herbert's rock. She stood by him. She was a constant provider of love, comfort, and support. His son, brilliant Chizi, in his short years demonstrated boldness and bravery beyond his years. Chizi will be sorely missed by his young wife, his siblings, the family, colleagues, and friends. Herbert, your loving parents and your aged parents, Papa Chingle Wigwe and Mama Wigwe, loved you so much. You are the apple of their eyes. Blessed indeed is the womb of your mother who brought you, Herbert, into the world. For your life was like a river that blessed everywhere it touched. And I'm one of them, like everyone here this evening. In life, for every single one of us, destiny and opportunity beckons. How we respond is what makes the difference. Herbert, together with Ike, had a vision to build a first-class Nigerian bank, Access Bank PLC. They exceeded expectations and grew it to be one of the foremost financial institutions in Africa. Access Bank's reach under Herbert's bold leadership went even further, reaching several parts of the world, and in the process became an iconic African financial conglomerate and global brand. To fully understand Herbert, you must understand Herbert and Ike. Ike was pretty much gentle, operationally very effective. But Herbert was bold and relentless. Together, they strategically brought the world of tomorrow into the present. I'm a great admirer of both Ike and Herbert. But let me tonight say about Herbert, he was determined, bold, visionary, innovative, driven, and inspiring, with an exceptional drive for excellence. Everything he touched turned to gold. Herbert was a banker's banker, and an investor's asset holder. Herbert's famous words were, "I am Herbert Wigwe, and I am fearless." US President Franklin Roosevelt, once said, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something else is more important than fear." I am sure Herbert, like every one of us, did have fears. His drive for major achievements simply sparked courage. And that courage overrode his fears. Fears as he negotiated mergers and acquisitions with dexterity to make Access Bank what it is today with Ike. Fears about whether the acquisitions of Angola's Finibanco Angola SA would work. But with courage, it did in 2023. When Herbert took the bold decision in 2018 to merge Access Bank with Diamond Bank, working together with Ike, he had fears, but he conquered his fears. In a successful landmark move, Herbert's genius had created the largest commercial bank in Nigeria in terms of size, and as a base of 29 million customers spanning 3 continents and 12 countries. As a banker myself, I can tell you, Herbert was bankable, and Access Bank was bankable. And that is why the African Development Bank threw its weight and will continue to throw its weight behind Access Bank. Herbert was not done yet. With courage, he went even further. Under his leadership, Access Bank Holdings acquired the assets of Standard Chartered Bank across sub-Saharan Africa. From Angola, Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Cameroon, he went on an expansive market acquisition drive that turned Access Bank into the financial jewel that it is globally today. In all Herbert achieved, his beloved wife, Chizoba, was always by his side, spurring him on. His loving family, especially his children, were his delight. Sadly, Chizoba, Chizi have gone to home with him, leaving behind Tochi, David, Hannah, and little Okachi. Yes, Herbert is gone, but I am confident in God that his children will rise and do even greater exploits in the years ahead. Yet, above all that Herbert did and invested in, most importantly, he set his eyes on what's most important, heavenly stocks. Because there are no IPOs in heaven. He bought what I describe as heavenly held private stocks from Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior. He served his Savior with all his strength and all his might and all his mind and all his resources. Not only was he an exceptionally smart banker in this world, but he was also an even smarter investment banker for heaven. Herbert understood Matthew 6, verse 19. In the Bible, which says, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon the earth, where moth and rust consume, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth or rust doth consume, and where thieves do not break through or steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." Heavenly stocks are the only ones that never lose value. They are the only equity that never goes bust. Herbert gained access on earth, and yes, Herbert gained access in heaven. We all will miss Herbert enormously. We may miss his big heart. We will miss his propensity to always give and never hold back. We will miss Herbert's can-do attitude, his kinetic energy that allowed him to soar and accomplish things that will make the timid tremble. But our loss is heaven's gain. Sleep well, Herbert. We are all here and many around the world will always cherish sweet memories of you and your impactful life on this side of eternity. Our tears, like water, irrigate our souls with precious memories of you. Thank you, Herbert. May your soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Please,
Thank you.
Go ahead and appreciate him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Next, to give closing remarks and help us bring our evening to its final moments, this man had a love for Herbert that was uncommon. If I were to liken it to anything, it would be the story in the Bible between the king's son, Jonathan, and the king-to-be, David. They had a very uncommon covenant, and it's that same depth of relationship that these two men had, Herbert and my next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Aigboje Aig Imokwede.
Good evening, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Ever since that Friday, I have watched a family cope with grief with such spiritual resolve, such dignity and strength. But that I might have expected from adults. But from Tochi, David, Hannah, and Okachi, and the responsibility that all of us as adults in their lives have, and the fears about how difficult this time would be. You children have been truly amazing. My brother and partner Herbert spoke publicly about his belief that time waits for no one. And Herbert lived life as a man on a mission who had limited time within which to complete his work. The fierce urgency of now drove him to pursue and attain heights of excellence that match the best of the best across the world. Yet despite the mountains scaled and the heights attained, Herbert still worried about whether he would have sufficient time to realize his ultimate dream, a dream we shared for a transformed Africa. February 9th, 2024, the day Herbert, Chizoba, Chizi, and Bimbo died, along with 2 pilots, was a terrible and tragic day for us all. But believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, on that day, Herbert was honored in a way that happens to very, very, very few human beings in history. As the breaking news of this tragic accident reverberated across the world, time stood still in honor of Herbert Wigwe. Let me explain. You see, time stands still at those moments when we all, mankind, stops for something that makes us reflect on our collective humanity. Mankind's consciousness can be triggered in this way from different perspectives. You remember the march to Washington when Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream." And the world stopped to understand what this dream was all about, and has not been the same again. You remember the time when a long-haired rock star called Bob Geldof assembled singers and they sang "We Are the World," and the world stopped, and the race for global philanthropy began. Two examples that come immediately to mind, and which I chose because I think you can relate to them. When Herbert died, time stood still, enabling millions who already knew him, but hundreds of millions more who had never heard of him, to pause in unison, to learn and reflect about this iconic African leader, and to understand the full potential of what he was about to do for humanity. The breaking story was a wave felt around the world as the news hit mobile phones, TV screens, computers. From north to south and east to west, millions of people went onto the internet, searching and examining, reading and watching, to find out just who is this man, Herbert Wigwe. And time stood still, because God wanted the world to know and to understand who his son, Herbert Wigwe, was and is, and what he truly represents. And so, they learned about his early life and formative years. They learned about his family life, his kids, his siblings, his parents. They learned about his professional exploits and philanthropy. They even learned that Igboje, the person referred to as his brother and partner, was neither his spouse nor biologically related to him. Most importantly, they learned that this man, Herbert Wigwe, is proof that Africa is still capable of producing outstanding men and women with a capacity to change the world in a good and a positive way. Tochi, Hannah, David, tell Okachi that Uncle Igboje said, "There are moments and there are moments. This is a moment." Herbert was committed to building an African continent where men and women can aspire and live to their full potential. He isn't the only person committed to this objective, but there are very few people in the world whose life and legacy illuminate this commitment the way Herbert Wigwe has. Some have told me in the last few months, Herbert was very concerned about the state of our nation and our continent. This is indeed true. And Herbert knew, ladies and gentlemen, that time was not on Nigeria's side, nor his time on Africa's side. If he was here today, Herbert would share these words with you. We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. This is no time for apathy or complacency. This is a time for vigorous and positive action. Herbert's purposeful legacy lies in what he was about to embark on. A collaborative commitment to building an African continent we will all be proud of. In memory of Herbert, let the work begin now. Thank you all for coming to honor my brother.
We appreciate Igboje Aigi Mokwedem. As situations like this go, where a great man, a great light passes, very often there's no one left to protect their interest. And you find that certain things go without being attended to. But Tochi, David, Hannah, Ukachi, I'm very confident that with these men present, with Igboje, Roosevelt, and many of the people you've heard speak today, not only will your father's interests be protected, but you will be protected as well. That will not be the case. In your case, you will see through the destiny that your father planned for you.
At this point, we'd like to invite for the vote of thanks as we round off tonight's celebration of professional excellence of the man Herbert Wigwe, Bolaji Agbede, Acting Group CEO of Access Holdings. Vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of Access Holdings PLC and its subsidiaries, as well as the entire Wigwe family, I stand before you humbled and deeply grateful for the outpouring of love, admiration, and respect for our esteemed leader and co-visionary of the incredible transformation of Access Bank. As today's event comes to a close, we would like to thank God Almighty, who gave us the gift of Herbert Wigwe and also stretched his hands of favor and strength upon Herbert's life, making him a vessel of his glory while he was here on earth. Next, we would like to offer a special word of thanks to Herbert himself. His vision, his exemplary leadership and commitment to excellence has left a mark on our continent, nation, and across the Nigerian corporate space. Though Herbert is no longer with us today in body, the spirit of excellence and pride in Africa lives on in all our hearts and minds. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers who shared their heartfelt tributes and fondest memories of Herbert tonight. We are deeply grateful for your willingness to be vulnerable, sharing your memories and reflections on Herbert's impact, not just in Nigeria, but across the African continent. I thank you all for all the things you'll be doing to immortalize Herbert and the support you'll be providing to his family, as well as the Access Nation family. Thank you. We truly appreciate all the presidents, governors, excellencies, royal fathers, elder statesmen, and our distinguished guests. We are immensely grateful to all of you for taking the time to join us in celebrating the life and legacy of Herbert. Your presence here tonight is a testament of the profound impact Herbert has had on all our lives. However short or long, direct or indirect, we are truly glad that you are part of our support system during this difficult period. We are not oblivious to the pain Igboje, Herbert's twin, is currently experiencing from Herbert's tragic passing. Our sincere prayer is that the Almighty God will comfort him, guide him, and give him wisdom as he goes through this session. Our deepest gratitude also goes to the dedicated team members who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure every detail was well attended to. Your hard work, dedication, and commitment to honoring Herbert's memory have not gone unnoticed. We all appreciate you. Lastly, but not the least, I appreciate the citizens of Access Nation. I urge us all to carry forward Herbert's vision with courage, conviction, and relentless dedication, knowing that the greatest tribute we can offer is to honor his memory and make him proud in all that we do. We have a number of events going forward, and we would appreciate as many of you that can join us on it. Thank you, and I pray that God Almighty will enable Herbert's legacy to continue to inspire us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bolaji Agbede.
It has been an honor, as we stated at the beginning, to have hosted this for the family. We sincerely hope that you've been encouraged and that you've heard that you are not alone. This number of people, and many who couldn't make it, stand with you. Your days ahead may be tough, but you won't be standing alone. You'll be standing with a strong company of people. There are numbers of people who couldn't make it, who sent greetings, and all these people who are here, who many of whom would have liked to speak to the life that your father lived, stand with you in prayer. We stand with you physically, and I'd like to encourage everyone who has shown up today to continue to show up for his family over the weeks that will come, over the years ahead of his children. Please continue to show up, because I assure you, if the roles were reversed, and if we were holding this in any of you's honor, Herbert would have shown up for you.
Herbert Wigwe lived, he truly did, and in the words of Alhaji Aliko Dangote, he's run a successful race and he's now in a better place. He'll be missed terribly, however, his legacy will never die. Thank you all very much for coming tonight. And now, as we leave, we'd like to just sing In Christ Alone by Light Hill City Choir.
Cornerstone, this solid ground, firm through the fiercest drought and storm.